Hi there. So in this lesson, we're going to learn vocabulary related to clothes, but specifically what we wear on our upper body. So let's begin. First, the word for clothes in Korean is 옷. 옷. Now, this word has a 시옷 받침, but it's not pronounced as 옷, but 옷. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 옷. 옷. Great. And to refer to tops, and these are clothes we wear on our upper body, we say 윗도리. 윗도리. Now the word 윗 is the adjective form of the noun 위, which means top or above. This 도리 doesn't mean clothes, but when it's used with 윗 to form 윗도리, then it becomes a noun that refers to clothes we wear on our upper body. The opposite of 윗도리 is 아랫도리. And again, 아랫 is the adjective form of the noun 아래, which means bottom or below. Okay, so let's practice saying this word 윗도리 together. 윗도리. 윗도리. That was great. Now let's start looking at specific words for clothes. First word is the Korean word for a shirt. And this is 셔츠. 셔츠. Now this word obviously comes from English, but in Korean it's pronounced as 셔츠. Say that with me. 셔츠. 셔츠. Okay, so the next word is going to build on this word, and this word is t-shirt. And in Korean, this is t-셔츠. t-셔츠. Let's say this word together. t-셔츠. t-셔츠. Pretty simple so far. The third word for a top is vest in British English and undershirt in American English. And this is called 러닝 셔츠. 러닝 셔츠. This item of clothing got its name because it's similar to the running tops worn by runners. So running in Korean is 러닝. So 러닝 셔츠. Let's say this word together. Repeat after me. 러닝 셔츠. 러닝 셔츠. That was great. Let's now look at how to say short sleeve and long sleeve. The word for short sleeve is 반팔. 반팔. 반 means half and 팔 means arm, as in the part of your body, arm. So this word kind of means half arm, which kind of makes sense because it's short sleeve. Now to say short sleeve shirt, we can say 반팔 셔츠. 반팔 셔츠. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 반팔 셔츠. 반팔 셔츠. That was great. Next, to say long sleeve, we say 긴팔. 긴팔. Now the word 긴 is an adjective that means long. So this phrase 긴팔 kind of means long arm. So to say long sleeve shirt, we say 긴팔 셔츠. 긴팔 셔츠. Now in terms of pronunciation, in fast speech, the ni은 in 긴 almost becomes a mium. So instead of saying 긴팔, it sounds like 긴팔. 긴팔. 긴팔 셔츠. 긴팔 셔츠. Let's say this phrase together. Repeat after me. 긴팔 셔츠. 긴팔 셔츠. That was great. Well done. Now, to talk about wearing tops and most other clothes as well, we use the verb 입다. 입다. 입다 means to wear, and it's the most commonly used verb to talk about wearing clothes. Let's say this verb together. Repeat after me. 입다. 입다. Okay, so now let's start saying verbs and objects together. To say wear a shirt, we can say 셔츠를 입다. And here we use the object particle 를 to indicate that 셔츠 is the object of the verb 입다. Let's say this phrase together. Repeat after me. 셔츠를 입다. 셔츠를 입다. And to say wear a long sleeve shirt, we can say 긴팔 셔츠를 입다. 긴팔 셔츠를 입다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 긴팔 셔츠를 입다. 긴팔 셔츠를 입다. That was great. Well done. And to say wear a t-shirt, we can say 티셔츠를 입다. 티셔츠를 입다. Let's say this together. Repeat after me. 티셔츠를 입다. 티셔츠를 입다. Okay, great. And lastly, to say wear a vest or an undershirt, we can say 러닝 셔츠를 입다. 러닝 셔츠를 입다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 러닝 셔츠를 입다. 러닝 셔츠를 입다. That was great. Great effort today. Well done. Now, in today's lesson, we learn clothes in Korean is 옷, and the word for tops is 윗도리. We then learn that a shirt in Korean is 셔츠, t-shirt is 티셔츠, and vest or undershirt is 러닝 셔츠, because they're similar to running tops worn by runners. Short sleeve in Korean is 반팔 and long sleeve is 긴팔. So it's either half arm or long arm. Finally, the verb we use to talk about wearing tops as well as clothes in general is 입다. Okay, so in the next lesson, we'll learn vocabulary related to women's clothes. So I'll see you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye.
옷, 옷, 윗도리, 윗도리,
셔츠, 셔츠. 티셔츠, 티셔츠.
러닝 셔츠, 러닝 셔츠,
반팔, 반팔.
긴팔, 긴팔,
입다, 입다. 셔츠, 셔츠. 반팔, 반팔.
러닝 셔츠, 러닝 셔츠, 윗도리, 윗도리, 옷, 옷, 긴팔, 긴팔,
입다, 입다. 티셔츠, 티셔츠. 반팔 셔츠, 반팔 셔츠.
긴팔 셔츠, 긴팔 셔츠. 옷을 입다, 옷을 입다.
티셔츠를 입다. 티셔츠를 입다. Hello everybody, in this lesson we're going to learn words related to women's clothes. So let's get started. The first word is skirt, and in Korean this is 치마. 치마. Let's say that with me. 치마. 치마. Now, although skirt is 치마, the word for miniskirt in Korean doesn't use the word 치마. Instead, it's called 미니스커트. 미니스커트. Now, as we have already seen in the previous lesson, many words for clothes are loan words from English, and we're going to see a few more in this lesson. Let's say this word together. Repeat after me. 미니스커트. 미니스커트. That was great. Now, to talk about wearing 치마 and 미니스커트, we use the verb 입다, which we learned in the previous lesson. In this lesson, we'll practice saying wear a skirt and wear a miniskirt by using the polite form of 입다, which is 입어요. 입어요. Let's first practice saying 치마를 입어요. Wear a skirt. Repeat after me. 치마를 입어요. 치마를 입어요. Now let's practice saying wear a miniskirt. Repeat after me. 미니스커트를 입어요. 미니스커트를 입어요. That was great. Now the next word is blouse, and blouse in Korean is 블라우스. 블라우스. So this is another loan word from English. Let's say this with me. 블라우스. 블라우스. Great. Now let's practice saying wear a blouse. Repeat after me. 블라우스를 입어요. 블라우스를 입어요. That was great. Well done. The next word is the word for dress. And dress in Korean is one-piece. One-piece. One-piece also has its origins in English, as one refers to the number one and piece refers to piece. So one-piece refers to a one-piece dress. Let's practice saying one-piece. Repeat after me. One-piece. One-piece. That was great. However, Koreans also refer to dress as 드레스. 드레스. For example, when talking about wedding dress, Koreans don't call it a wedding one-piece, but instead it's called wedding 드레스. So let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 드레스. 드레스. Okay, now let's practice saying wear a dress using one-piece and 드레스. Repeat after me. 원피스를 입어요. 원피스를 입어요. 드레스를 입어요. 드레스를 입어요. Great job. Now the next word is leggings, and this is also another loan word, and it's leggings. Leggings. Say this with me. Leggings. Leggings. Great. And to say wear leggings, we use the verb 입다. So let's practice saying wear leggings using the polite form of the verb 입다. Repeat after me. 레깅스를 입어요. 레깅스를 입어요. Excellent job, well done. Now the final word for clothes in this lesson is not necessarily a word only for women's clothes, but it's a word that refers to formal clothes, and it's 정장. 정장. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 정장. 정장. Now, because this word refers to formal clothes, it's usually associated with describing suits. Another word that refers to suits is 양복. 양복. When referring to women's formal clothes and men's formal clothes, we don't just use the words that mean women and men, which are 여자 and 남자. We actually use the words 여성 to refer to women's clothes and 남성 to refer to men's clothes. So to refer to women's formal clothes or women's suits, we can say 여성 정장. 여성 정장. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 여성 정장. 여성 정장. Great. And to refer to men's suit or men's formal clothes, we can say 남성 정장. 남성 정장. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 남성 정장. 남성 정장. That was great. And with 정장, we can also use the verb 입다 to say wear formal clothes. So let's practice saying wear formal clothes. Repeat after me. 정장을 입어요. 정장을 입어요. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so that's the end of the lesson. Today we learned that skirt is 치마 and miniskirt is miniskir트. Blouse in Korean is blouse and dress in Korean is 원피스, though it can also be called 드레스. Leggings is leggings. And lastly, formal clothing in Korean is 정장. And to refer to women's and men's 정장, we use the words 여성 and 남성. Finally, we practice talking about wearing all the items clothing by using the polite form of the verb 입다, which is 입어요. Okay, so in the next lesson, we'll learn vocabulary related to trousers and jumpers in British English and pants and sweaters in American English. So I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. 치마, 치마.
미니스커트. 미니스커트. 블라우스. 블라우스.
원피스, 원피스. 드레스, 드레스.
레깅스. 레깅스. 정장. 정장.
여성, 여성.
남성. 남성. 입어요. 입어요. 블라우스. 블라우스.
여성, 여성.
레깅스, 레깅스.
원피스, 원피스.
입어요, 입어요.
치마, 치마.
남성, 남성. 미니스커트, 미니스커트. 정장, 정장.
드레스, 드레스. 여성 정장, 여성 정장. 블라우스를 입어요. 블라우스를 입어요.
치마를 입어요. 치마를 입어요.
Hello there. So today we're going to learn words related to trousers and jumpers, also known as pants and sweaters in the US. Let's begin. The first word is trousers, and in Korean, this is 바지. 바지. Say that with me. 바지. 바지. This word is a general word that refers to all the different kinds of trousers, and perhaps one of the most popular kinds of trousers are jeans. And jeans in Korean is 청바지. 청바지. Now the word 청 means the color blue, so it's used to refer to denim clothing. So to say denim jacket in Korean, we say 청 jacket. Let's first practice saying jeans in Korean. Repeat after me. 청바지. 청바지. That was great. Now, shorts in Korean is 반바지. 반바지. We saw this word 반 used before when learning to say short sleeves, and 반 means half. So it kind of means half trousers. Now, in terms of pronunciation, the ni은 in the first syllable changes to mium in fast speech. So rather than saying 반바지, it will sound like 반바지. 반바지. Let's practice saying shorts, 반바지. Repeat after me. 반바지. 반바지. That was great. Now, to talk about wearing 바지, 청바지, and 반바지, we again use the verb 입다. So it's 바지를 입다, 청바지를 입다, and 반바지를 입다. Let's practice using these phrases, but we'll practice with the polite form of 입다, 입어요. Repeat after me. 바지를 입어요. 청바지를 입어요. 반바지를 입어요. Okay, let's now look at jumpers in Korean. And in Korean, this is called sweater. Sweater. Let's say that together. Sweater. Sweater. Now, there are many different types of sweater, and these on the screen are some examples of clothes which you can call sweater. Okay, and the next word is cardigan. And like sweater, cardigan is also a loan word, so it's cardigan. Cardigan. Let's say that with me. Cardigan. Cardigan. That was great. Now the final word for this lesson is waistcoat. which is called vest in American English, and this is 조끼. 조끼. Let's say that with me. 조끼. 조끼. Okay, with these items of clothing, sweater, cardigan, and 조끼, we can use the verb 입다 to talk about wearing them. So it's 스웨터를 입어요, 카디건을 입어요, and 조끼를 입어요. Let's practice saying these phrases. 스웨터를 입어요. 카디건을 입어요. 조끼를 입어요. That was great. Well done. In today's lesson, we learned that trousers or pants is 바지, jeans is 청바지, and shorts are 반바지. Then we learned that jumper or sweater is 스웨터, cardigan is 카디건, and lastly vest or waistcoat is 조끼. And all items of clothing from today's lesson can be used with the verb 입다. Okay, so that's the end of this lesson, and in the next lesson, we'll look at useful vocabulary related to accessories in Korean. See you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye.
바지, 바지.
청바지, 청바지. 반바지, 반바지.
스웨터, 스웨터. 카디건, 카디건.
조끼, 조끼. 청바지, 청바지.
스웨터, 스웨터.
조끼, 조끼.
바지, 바지.
반바지, 반바지.
카디건, 카디건.
바지를 입어요. 바지를 입어요.
스웨터를 입어요. 스웨터를 입어요.
Hello and welcome back. Now, in this lesson, we're going to learn useful vocabulary related to fashion accessories. So, let's begin. The first word is a bag, and in Korean, this is 가방, 가방. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 가방, 가방. Now, 가방 is a general word for bags, and we can use 가방 to refer to bags like these for women. There are also other types of bags. For example, backpacks students use for school are called 책가방. And this word 책 means book. So this kind of means book bag. Now, to say carry a bag, we use the verb 매다, 매다. 매다 means to put something over our shoulders. Let's say that together. 매다, 매다. Let's now say carry a bag. It's 가방을 매다. Repeat after me. 가방을 매다. 가방을 매다. Another verb that's often used with bags is 들다, 들다, which means to lift or carry. And this verb is often used with our next word, handbag. Now, handbag in Korean is another loan word, so it's 핸드백, 핸드백. Let's say that together. 핸드백, 핸드백. And to talk about carrying 핸드백, we say 핸드백을 들다. Say that with me. 핸드백을 들다. 핸드백을 들다. Great job. The next word is wallet. And wallet in Korean is 지갑. 지갑. And we use 지갑 to refer to both men's wallet and women's purse. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 지갑. 지갑. That was great. Well done. Here's another word that also comes from English. And the Korean word is 벨트. 벨트. And you might be able to guess what it means. And it means belt. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 벨트. 벨트. Now there is another Korean word for belt, and this is 허리띠. 허리띠. 허리 means waist, and 띠 means a band. And together it becomes belt. Both belt and 허리띠 are commonly used in Korea. Let's say this word 허리띠. Repeat after me. 허리띠. 허리띠. Now, to say wear a belt, we don't use the verb 입다. And instead, we use the verb 차다. 차다. And this verb is used to talk about wrapping things around parts of our body, such as our waist or our wrists. Let's practice using this verb with belt and 허리띠. Repeat after me. 벨트를 차다. 허리띠를 차다. That was great. One thing to note is that to talk about wearing belts, you can also use the verb 매다, which means to fasten, and 하다, which means to do. Now the last two words are related to glasses. And first, we have the word for regular glasses, and this is called 안경. 안경. Now in terms of pronunciation, in fast speech, the ni은 in the first syllable almost sounds like iung. So it sounds like 안경. 안경. Say that with me. 안경. 안경. Now, to say sunglasses in Korean, we don't use the word 안경. Sunglasses in Korean is 선글라스. 선글라스. Now, with pronunciation, just like 안경, the ni은 in the first syllable almost sounds like iung. So in fast speech, it's 선글라스. 선글라스. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 선글라스. 선글라스. Okay, that was great. Now, to talk about wearing glasses and sunglasses, we use the verb 쓰다. 쓰다. And we use this verb to talk about wearing things around our face or on our heads. So we use this verb with hats too. Let's practice saying this verb. Repeat after me. 쓰다. 쓰다. Now let's say wear glasses. Repeat after me. 안경을 쓰다. 안경을 쓰다. Okay, this time let's say wear sunglasses. Repeat after me. 선글라스를 쓰다. 선글라스를 쓰다. Excellent job today. Well done. Now, in today's lesson, we learn various nouns related to fashion accessories and the verbs we can use with these nouns. First, bag is 가방, and we say 가방을 매다 to say carry a bag, but we can also use the verb 들다, which means to lift or carry. Next, handbag in Korean is 핸드백, and it's commonly used with the verb 들다. And then we learn that a wallet and a woman's purse is 지갑. Then we have belt in Korean, which is 벨트 and 허리띠. And to say wear a belt, we can use the verb 차다, but we can also use 매다 and 하다. Lastly, we learn that glasses is 안경 and sunglasses is 선글라스. And to talk about wearing glasses and sunglasses, we use the verb 쓰다. Okay, so that's it for this lesson, and I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. 가방, 가방.
핸드백, 핸드백. 지갑, 지갑.
벨트, 벨트. 허리띠, 허리띠.
안경, 안경.
선글라스, 선글라스. 매다, 매다.
들다, 들다. 차다, 차다.
매다, 매다. 하다, 하다.
쓰다, 쓰다. 안경, 안경. 핸드백, 핸드백.
허리띠, 허리띠. 선글라스, 선글라스. 가방, 가방. 벨트, 벨트.
지갑, 지갑.
매다, 매다. 하다, 하다. 매다, 매다.
쓰다, 쓰다. 들다, 들다. 차다, 차다.
가방을 매다, 가방을 매다.
핸드백을 들다, 핸드백을 들다. 벨트를 차다, 벨트를 차다. 안경을 쓰다, 안경을 쓰다.
Hi there and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn vocabulary related to jewelry and accessories. So let's begin. The first word is necklace and it's 목걸이. 목걸이. The lir in the second syllable links with the third syllable as it begins with an iung. So it's 목걸이. Say that with me. 목걸이. 목걸이. That was great. Now the word 목 actually means neck and 거리 is a noun that means something you hang. So 목걸이 means necklace. The verb we use to say wear a necklace is 걸다. 걸다. And 걸다 means to hang. So let's practice saying 걸다 first. Repeat after me. 걸다. 걸다. Okay, that was great. So to say wear a necklace, we say 목걸이를 걸다. 목걸이를 걸다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 목걸이를 걸다. 목걸이를 걸다. Excellent, well done. Now the next word is earring, and earring is 귀걸이. 귀걸이. Let's practice saying that together. 귀걸이. 귀걸이. Now this phrase is similar to 목걸이, and just like how 목 meant neck, 귀 means ear. And similarly, 귀걸이 is used with the verb 걸다. So to say wear an earring, we say 귀걸이를 걸다. 귀걸이를 걸다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 귀걸이를 걸다. 귀걸이를 걸다. Okay, great job. Now the next jewelry word is the ring, and this is 반지. 반지. Let's practice saying that together. Repeat after me. 반지. 반지. Now, to say wear a ring, we use a different verb, and this time the verb is 끼다. 끼다. Now, 끼다 is actually a shortened form of 끼우다, and it describes fitting something very tightly somewhere. We can use this verb to talk about a ring fitting a finger, but it can also be used in many other contexts. And we can also use 끼다 with 귀걸이 too. Let's first practice saying this verb, 끼다. Repeat after me. 끼다. 끼다. That was great. Now let's say wear a ring. 반지를 끼다. Repeat after me. 반지를 끼다. 반지를 끼다. Okay, so let's now look at a couple of things we put around our wrist. The first word is bracelet, and this is 팔찌. 팔찌. Let's first say that together. Repeat after me. 팔찌. 팔찌. That was great. Now, another noun that we put on our wrist is a watch. And this is 시계. 시계. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 시계. 시계. Now, if you recall an earlier lesson when we learned the word belt in Korean, I mentioned that we use the verb 차다 to talk about wrapping things around parts of our body. So we use this verb 차다 to talk about wearing bracelet, 팔찌, and watches, 시계. So wear a bracelet is 팔찌를 차다 and wear a watch is 시계를 차다. Repeat after me. 팔찌를 차다. 팔찌를 차다. 시계를 차다. 시계를 차다. Okay, excellent. Well done. So the final word in this lesson is hairband, and this is 머리띠. 머리띠. Let's say that together. 머리띠. 머리띠. This word body means head and 띠 means a band. So 머리띠 quite literally means headband or hairband. Now, to talk about wearing a hairband, we use the verb 하다, which means to do. So wear a hairband is 머리띠를 하다. 머리띠를 하다. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 머리띠를 하다. 머리띠를 하다. Great effort today. Well done. So today we learned words related to jewelry and accessories. First, we learned that a necklace is 목걸이 and an earring is 귀걸이. And to talk about wearing 목걸이 and 귀걸이, we use the verb 걸다, which means to hang. Then we learned that a ring is 반지, and we use the verb 끼다 to talk about wearing rings. After that, we looked at two things we wrap around our wrist, bracelet, which is 팔찌, and a watch, which is 시계. And to talk about wearing these, we use the verb 차다, which we learned in an earlier lesson. Lastly, a hairband is 머리띠, and the verb we use to talk about wearing a hairband is 하다, which means to do. So, although in English we generally use the verb to wear to talk about wearing most things, in Korean there are many different verbs that mean wear. So please do keep this in mind. That's it for this lesson, and I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye.
목걸이, 목걸이. 귀걸이, 귀걸이.
반지, 반지. 팔찌, 팔찌.
시계, 시계.
머리띠, 머리띠.
걸다, 걸다. 끼다, 끼다. 귀걸이, 귀걸이.
반지, 반지.
시계, 시계.
팔찌, 팔찌. 머리띠, 머리띠.
목걸이, 목걸이. 걸다, 걸다. 끼다, 끼다.
목걸이를 걸다. 목걸이를 걸다. 반지를 끼다. 반지를 끼다.
시계를 차다, 시계를 차다. 머리띠를 하다, 머리띠를 하다.
Hello again. So in this lesson, we're going to learn vocabulary related to winter clothes. So let's begin. Now the first two words actually come from English, and the first one is jacket. And I mentioned this word once already when I talked about denim jackets. So jacket in Korean is jacket. Jacket. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. Jacket. Jacket. That was great. The next word is coat, and in Korean it's 코트. 코트. Now it's very important to pronounce that last syllable clearly. Let's practice saying this word 코트. 코트. Repeat after me. 코트. 코트. That was great. Now to say wear a jacket or 코트, we use a verb we learned earlier, and it's 입다. So let's practice saying wear a jacket, 재킷을 입다, and wear a coat, 코트를 입다. Repeat after me. 재킷을 입다. 재킷을 입다. 코트를 입다. 코트를 입다. That was great. Now the next Korean word is scarf, and this is 목도리. 목도리. Let's say that together. 목도리. 목도리. Now in this word, the first syllable 목 means neck. Now to say wear 목도리, we use the verb 두르다. 두르다. 두르다 means to wrap something around our body, as in wrapping the scarf around our neck. So let's practice saying this verb, 두르다. Repeat after me. 두르다. 두르다. Okay, so to say wear 목도리, we can say 목도리를 두르다. 목도리를 두르다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 목도리를 두르다. 목도리를 두르다. That was excellent. Next word is gloves, and this is 장갑. 장갑. Let's practice saying that together. Repeat after me. 장갑. 장갑. Now, although 장갑 itself can imply a plural meaning, when we want to talk about a pair of gloves, we can use the word 켤레. 켤레. And this word 켤레 means pair, and we use this word to talk about a pair of gloves, but we can also use it to talk about a pair of shoes and pair of socks. So one pair of gloves is 장갑 한 켤레. 장갑 한 켤레. Here the word 한 is the contracted form of the native Korean number 하나, which means one. Let's practice saying a pair of gloves, 장갑 한 켤레. Repeat after me. 장갑 한 켤레. 장갑 한 켤레. Now the verb we use to talk about wearing gloves is the verb we use to talk about wearing rings. Do you remember what that verb was? It was 끼다. 끼다. We use this verb to talk about fitting something tightly on a part of our body. So it's 장갑을 끼다. 장갑을 끼다. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 장갑을 끼다. 장갑을 끼다. Excellent. Now the next word is a word that's very handy where I live. I live in the UK. And it's umbrella. Umbrella in Korean is 우산. 우산. Repeat after me. 우산. 우산. Now, for your reference, this word 우 comes from Chinese and it refers to rain. And 산 refers to an umbrella. So it means rain umbrella. Okay, so let's look at the final word in this lesson. And this is hat. Hat in Korean is 모자. 모자. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 모자. 모자. Okay, so to talk about wearing 모자, we again use a word we learned earlier. Do you remember the verb we used to talk about wearing glasses? It's 쓰다. 쓰다. We use this verb to talk about wearing things around our face or head. So to say wear a hat, it's 모자를 쓰다. 모자를 쓰다. Repeat after me. 모자를 쓰다. 모자를 쓰다. Great job today. Well done. Now, in today's lesson, we learned words related to winter clothes, as well as the word for hat and umbrella. First, we learned that jacket in Korean is jacket, and coat is 코트. And we use the verb 입다 to talk about wearing them. Then we learned that a scarf in Korean is 목도리, and we use the verb 두르다 to talk about wearing a scarf. Gloves in Korean is 장갑, and to say a pair of gloves, we use the word 켤레 and say 장갑 한 켤레. And the verb we use to talk about wearing gloves is 끼다, which we also use to talk about wearing rings. Next, we learned that umbrella in Korean is 우산. And finally, hat in Korean is 모자. And we use the verb 쓰다 to talk about wearing hats. And we learned this verb when we learned to talk about wearing glasses. Okay, so that's it for today, and I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Jacket, jacket. 코트, 코트.
목도리, 목도리. 장갑, 장갑. 우산, 우산.
모자, 모자. 켤레, 켤레.
두르다, 두르다. 목도리, 목도리. 우산, 우산.
모자, 모자. 켤레, 켤레. 코트, 코트 재킷 재킷
두르다, 두르다. 장갑, 장갑. 목도리를 두르다, 목도리를 두르다.
장갑을 끼다 장갑을 끼다 모자를 쓰다 모자를 쓰다 Hi there and welcome back. So this lesson is all about underwear in Korean. So let's get started. The first word is the word for underwear and this is 속옷. 속옷. 속 is a noun that means inside. And just as we learned before, 옷 means clothes. So 속옷 kind of means inside clothes and it means underwear. As the second syllable in this word begins with an iung, the 기역 받침 in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable. So it's 속옷, 속옷. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 속옷, 속옷. That was great. Now let's start looking at words related to underwear. In English, there are a lot of different words for underpants. There are words like briefs, trunks, and knickers. But in Korean, it's a lot simpler. All underpants are called 팬티, 팬티. For men, there are also words like 삼각 팬티 and 사각 팬티. And 삼각 means triangle and 사각 means square. But all underpants are referred to as 팬티. Let's practice saying this word, 팬티. Repeat after me. 팬티, 팬티. That was great. Now all the words in this lesson related to underwear are used with the verb 입다. So to say wear underpants, we say 팬티를 입다. 팬티를 입다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 팬티를 입다. 팬티를 입다. Okay, so the next word is for ladies' underwear and it's brassiere. And the Korean word is a loan word and it's 부래지어. 부래지어. Let's say this word together. Repeat after me. 부래지어. 부래지어. Now, it's important to note that this word rarely gets used in everyday speech. You likely see this word in product tags and descriptions. But in everyday speech, Koreans use different words, though they all stem from the word 부래지어. The first word is 브라자. 브라자. Now this is a slightly old-fashioned word and is used more often by people in their 50s and above. The word more commonly used by young people, perhaps people in their 20s and 30s, is pretty much the same as the English word, and it's 브라. 브라. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 브라. 브라. That was excellent. Now the next word is long johns, and in Korean this is 내복. 내복. Korean winters can get very cold, so many Korean people, especially children, wear 내복. And growing up in Korea, I remember wearing very thick 내복 in the winter. Now this syllable 내 means inside, within. And 복 is also another word that means clothes. So 내복 means inside clothes, which kind of makes sense as 내복 is something you wear under your regular outer clothes. So let's practice saying this word 내복. Repeat after me. 내복. 내복. Okay, so the final word in this lesson is pajamas. And this word in Korean is 잠옷. 잠옷. 잠 is a noun that means sleep. And 옷, as you should know by now, means clothes. So 잠옷 means sleep clothes, pajamas. And again, in terms of pronunciation, because the second syllable begins with an ion consonant, the 미음 받침 in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable. So when we say this word quickly, it's 잠옷, 잠옷. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 잠옷, 잠옷. Fantastic effort today. Well done. So in today's lesson, we learned that underwear in Korean is 속옷, and all underpants are called 팬티. That we can use the words 삼각 and 사각 to refer to specific shapes of 팬티. Then we learned that brassiere is 브래지어, but in everyday speech, it's more common to use either 브라자 or 브라. Then we learned the word for long johns, and this was 내복. And finally, pajamas in Korean is called 잠옷. And all the words we learned today, we can use with a verb 입다 to talk about wearing them. Okay, so that's it for today's lesson, and I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. 속옷, 속옷.
팬티, 팬티.
브라자, 브라자. 브라, 브라.
내복, 내복. 잠옷, 잠옷. 삼각, 삼각.
사각, 사각.
내복, 내복. 팬티, 팬티. 삼각, 삼각.
속옷, 속옷. 브라자, 브라자.
잠옷, 잠옷.
사각, 사각. 브라, 브라. 삼각 팬티, 삼각 팬티.
잠옷을 입다, 잠옷을 입다.
Hi everyone! In this lesson, we're going to learn vocabulary related to shoes. So let's begin. The first word is a general word that refers to shoes, and it's 신발, 신발. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 신발, 신발. Now, similar to gloves, 신발 implies plural meaning, but when counting shoes, we can use the word 켤레. So to say a pair of shoes, we can say 신발 한 켤레. And 한, as we learned before, is the contracted form of 하나, which means one. Let's practice saying a pair of shoes, 신발 한 켤레. Repeat after me. 신발 한 켤레. 신발 한 켤레. That was great. Now, to talk about wearing shoes, we use the verb 신다. 신다. 신다 is used to talk about putting things around our feet. So, as well as talking about wearing shoes, 신다 is also used to talk about wearing socks. So let's first practice saying the verb 신다. Repeat after me. 신다. 신다. Okay, now let's try saying wear shoes. So it's 신발을 신다. 신발을 신다. Repeat after me. 신발을 신다. 신발을 신다. That was excellent. Let's now look at different types of 신발. And the first word we have is for formal shoes. And this is 구두. 구두. 구두 generally refers to shoes you would wear to work or shoes you wear to go out on a night out. Some of the images on screen illustrate what we would refer to as 구두. Let's first practice saying formal shoes, 구두. Repeat after me. 구두. 구두. Okay, let's practice saying wear formal shoes. 구두를 신다. 구두를 신다. Repeat after me. 구두를 신다. 구두를 신다. Great job, well done. Now the next word is for sneakers, also called trainers in the UK. And this is 운동화. 운동화. Now the word 운동 means sports and 화 refers to shoes. So this phrase 운동화 means sports shoes or sneakers, trainers. Let's do a speaking practice of saying 운동화. Repeat after me. 운동화. 운동화. Okay, let's now say wear trainers. 운동화를 신다. 운동화를 신다. Repeat after me. 운동화를 신다. 운동화를 신다. Excellent job, well done. Now the next two words are loan words from English. And the first is for boots, and this is 부츠. 부츠. 부츠 describes the same type of shoes as it does in English. Let's first practice saying 부츠. Repeat after me. 부츠. 부츠. That was great. Let's now say wear boots. So it's 부츠를 신다. 부츠를 신다. Repeat after me. 부츠를 신다. 부츠를 신다. Excellent. Now the next word is sandals, and this in Korean is 샌들. 샌들. 샌들 generally refers to these types of shoes. Let's practice this word. Repeat after me. 샌들. 샌들. Okay, let's now say wear sandals. So it's 샌들을 신다. 샌들을 신다. Repeat after me. 샌들을 신다. 샌들을 신다. Excellent job so far, well done. Now the final word in this lesson is socks. And in Korean, this is 양말. 양말. Let's first practice this word. Repeat after me. 양말. 양말. As mentioned before, we can also use the verb 신다 to talk about wearing socks. 양말. So wear socks is 양말을 신다. 양말을 신다. Let's practice saying wear socks. 양말을 신다. Repeat after me. 양말을 신다. 양말을 신다. Excellent effort today. Well done. So today we learn words related to shoes and socks. All shoes are referred to as 신발, and formal shoes in Korean is 구두. And trainers or sneakers are called 운동화, and boots in Korean is 부츠, and sandals is 샌들. And lastly, socks in Korean is 양말. To say a pair of shoes or socks, we use the counter word 켤레, and to talk about wearing shoes and socks, we use the verb 신다. Okay, so that's the end of this lesson, and I'll see you soon again. Bye for now.
신발, 신발. 구두, 구두.
운동화, 운동화.
부츠, 부츠.
샌들, 샌들. 양말, 양말.
켤레, 켤레. 신다, 신다. 켤레, 켤레.
샌들, 샌들.
부츠, 부츠. 구두, 구두. 신다, 신다. 신발, 신발.
운동화, 운동화. 양말, 양말. 구두 한 켤레, 구두 한 켤레.
양말 한 켤레, 양말 한 켤레. 신발을 신다, 신발을 신다.
부츠를 신다, 부츠를 신다. Hi there! So in this lesson, we're going to learn words related to colors. So let's begin. First, Korean word for color is 색, 색. And to say the specific colors, we add a noun or an adjective that refers to that color in front of 색. So let's first practice saying color in Korean. 색. Repeat after me. 색, 색. In Korean, we also have another noun that means color, and it's 색깔, 색깔. As mentioned already, when we talk about specific colors, we don't use this word. But when we ask questions about colors, such as, what color do you like? Or what color should we paint the wall? Then we can use the word 색깔. But we can also use the word 색 in the same questions. So 색 is more versatile than 색깔. However, 색깔 is still commonly used in everyday speech in Korean. So let's practice saying this word color, 색깔. Repeat after me. 색깔. 색깔. That was excellent. Now, as mentioned before, some colors are formed by adding an adjective in front of the word 색. So in this lesson, we'll focus on this type of color words. And in the next lesson, we'll look at colors that are formed by combining a noun and the word 색. Okay, so the first color is black. And this is 검은색. 검은색. Here, the second syllable begins with an 이응. So the 받침 in the first syllable, the 미음, carries over. And it's pronounced as 검은. 검은. Let's practice saying black, 검은색. Repeat after me. 검은색. 검은색. Now, in English, we can say the color word in front of nouns to describe that noun as being that color. For example, we can say black shoes or black socks. But we can also make similar phrases in Korean. So to say black shoes in Korean, we can just combine the adjective part 검은 and the word for shoes, which we learned in the lesson before. So black shoes in Korean is 검은 신발. 검은 신발. Let's say black shoes together. Repeat after me. 검은 신발. 검은 신발. However, we can also say the full noun that refers to the color. So rather than just saying 검은 신발, we can also say 검은색 신발. 검은색 신발. That's totally fine as well. Let's practice adding the full color word with a noun. Black shoes, 검은색 신발. Repeat after me. 검은색 신발. 검은색 신발. That was great. Well done. Now let's look at a few other color words that are formed with adjectives and the word 색. First, we have the color white, and this is 하얀색. 하얀색. Repeat after me. 하얀색. 하얀색. That was great. So if we wanted to say a white shirt, then we would say 하얀 셔츠 or 하얀색 셔츠. So let's practice saying white shirt in Korean. Repeat after me. 하얀 셔츠. 하얀색 셔츠. That was great. The next color word is blue, and this is 파란색. 파란색. Repeat after me. 파란색. 파란색. That was excellent. Now, then to say a blue hat, we would say 파란 모자 or 파란색 모자. Both are correct. So let's practice saying blue hat in Korean. Repeat after me. 파란 모자. 파란색 모자. Okay, that was great. We'll look at two more colors, and the next color is red, and this in Korean is 빨간색. 빨간색. Let's practice saying red in Korean. Repeat after me. 빨간색. 빨간색. Okay, now let's try to say a red bag. Can you remember the word for bag? Yep, it's 가방. So a red bag is 빨간 가방 or 빨간색 가방. Let's practice saying red bag in Korean. Repeat after me. 빨간 가방. 빨간색 가방. You're doing really well. Well done. The final color word we're going to look at, which is made up of an adjective and the word 색, is yellow. And this is 노란색. 노란색. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 노란색. 노란색. Okay, now let's say a yellow sweater. And remember that the sweater was a loan word in Korean. So it's 스웨터, sweater. So a yellow sweater is 노란 sweater or 노란색 sweater. Let's say yellow sweater in Korean. Repeat after me. 노란 sweater. 노란색 sweater. Fantastic job today, well done. In today's lesson, we learned about colors. First, we learned that the word color in Korean is 색 and 색깔. And the words that refer to colors can either be formed by combining an adjective or a noun that refers to that color with the word 색. And today, we focused on color words that are formed with adjectives. These color words were 검은색 for black, 하얀색 for white, 파란색 for blue, 빨간색 for red, and lastly, 노란색 for yellow. And like English, we can use these color words in front of nouns to describe those nouns. And we can either use just the adjective or the whole word in front of nouns. So to say black shoes, we can say 검은 신발 or 검은색 신발. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. Next, we're going to learn about combining nouns and 색 to form other color words. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye.
색, 색, 색깔, 색깔,
검은색, 검은색. 하얀색, 하얀색. 파란색, 파란색.
빨간색, 빨간색, 노란색, 노란색, 색, 색, 색깔, 색깔, 노란색, 노란색,
파란색, 파란색.
빨간색, 빨간색,
하얀색, 하얀색. 검은색, 검은색.
검은 신발, 검은 신발,
빨간 양말, 빨간 양말. Hello there and welcome to the second lesson on colors. In this lesson, we're going to look at color words that are formed by combining a noun and the word 색. So let's go straight into it. The first color word is 회색, 회색, and this is gray. Let's first practice saying gray, 회색. Repeat after me. 회색, 회색. Now, when colors are formed by combining an adjective and the word 색, then we can use that adjective in front of nouns to describe that noun. However, for color words made up of nouns and the word 색, we generally don't just use the noun in front of other nouns. We tend to use the full color word. But the rules of usage is slightly different for each color word, so I'll explain how to use each color word in this lesson. First, with gray, 회색, we never ever just use the word 회 in front of nouns. We always say 회색 in front of nouns. So to say a gray scarf, we say 회색 목도리, 회색 목도리. Let's practice saying a gray scarf, 회색 목도리. Repeat after me. 회색 목도리, 회색 목도리. That was great. The next color word is brown, and this is 갈색, 갈색. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 갈색, 갈색. Now, same as 회색, when we want to describe something as being brown, we don't ever just use the word 갈. So to say a brown coat, we say 갈색 코트, 갈색 코트. We don't ever just say 갈 코트. That's incorrect. Let's practice saying a brown coat, 갈색 코트. Repeat after me. 갈색 코트, 갈색 코트. Excellent job. Now the next color word is orange, and this is 주황색, 주황색. Now you may have noticed already, but the here letter is silent in the second syllable in fast speech. So it's 주황색, 주황색. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 주황색, 주황색. Excellent. Now, with 주황색, there are times when the word 주황 alone can be used with other nouns, but most of the time, it's more appropriate to say the full color word 주황색 in front of other nouns. So to say orange wallet, we can say 주황색 지갑, 주황색 지갑. Let's practice saying orange wallet. Repeat after me. 주황색 지갑, 주황색 지갑. Great. Now the next color word is for green, and green is 초록색, 초록색. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 초록색, 초록색. Similar to orange, the noun 초록 can be used with other nouns in certain situations, but in general, it's more appropriate to use the full color word 초록색 in front of other nouns. So to practice this, let's say green jacket, 초록색 jacket, 초록색 jacket. Repeat after me. 초록색 jacket, 초록색 jacket. That was excellent. The next color is purple, and this in Korean is 보라색, 보라색. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 보라색, 보라색. Just like orange and green, the noun 보라 can also be used in front of other nouns, but in most situations, it's more natural to say the full word 보라색. Interestingly, don't know if you know what Teletubbies are, but Twinkie Winkie from Teletubbies is called 보라둥이 in Korean because it's purple. Anyway, let's practice saying the full color word 보라색 in front of nouns. We'll practice by saying a purple skirt. 보라색 치마, 보라색 치마. Repeat after me. 보라색 치마, 보라색 치마. Okay, so the final color in this lesson is pink, and pink is 분홍색, 분홍색. Now, in terms of pronunciation, the hiat in the second syllable is barely audible. You can hear it slightly, but it's almost silent. So it's 분홍색, 분홍색. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 분홍색, 분홍색. Now, the noun 분홍 is similar to the previous three colors, as it can also be used on its own with other nouns in certain situations. But in general, it's more natural to say the full color word 분홍색. So let's practice saying a pink umbrella. So it's 분홍색 우산, 분홍색 우산. Repeat after me. 분홍색 우산, 분홍색 우산. Great job today, well done. In today's lesson, we learn 6 color words that are formed by combining nouns that refer to colors and the word 색. First, we learn that gray is 회색 and brown is 갈색. And we always have to use the full color words for these colors in front of nouns to describe those nouns. The next 4 colors, 주황색, orange, 초록색, green, 보라색, purple, and 분홍색, pink. There are instances where you can use the nouns that refer to colors in front of other nouns, but in general, it's more natural to use the full color word with other nouns. So to say a pink umbrella, it's more appropriate to say 분홍색 우산 than 분홍 우산. Okay, that's it for this lesson, and in the next lesson, we'll move away from colors and start looking at vocabulary related to fruit and vegetables. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 회색, 회색. 갈색, 갈색.
주황색, 주황색. 초록색, 초록색.
보라색, 보라색. 분홍색, 분홍색.
주황색, 주황색.
보라색, 보라색. 회색, 회색.
초록색, 초록색.
분홍색, 분홍색. 갈색, 갈색.
분홍색 우산, 분홍색 우산. 보라색 코트, 보라색 코트.
갈색 목도리, 갈색 목도리. Hello again. So this lesson is going to be all about words related to fruit. So let's begin. First, the word fruit in Korean is 과일. 과일. Let's first practice saying that. Repeat after me. 과일. 과일. Okay, so a lot of fruits, 과일 in Korean, are loan words from English. So banana is banana, mango is mango, lemon is lemon, kiwi is kiwi, pineapple is pineapple, and orange is orange. So other than having to say them phonetically in Korean, they should be quite easy to remember. Therefore, in this lesson, we're going to focus on fruit words that are different in Korean. And the first word is apple, and this is 사과. 사과. Repeat after me. 사과. 사과. In English, the skin of fruits and vegetables are called peel, and in Korean, it's called 껍질. 껍질. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 껍질. 껍질. Now let's say apple peel, 사과 껍질. 사과 껍질. Repeat after me. 사과 껍질. 사과 껍질. That was great. Now, when talking about removing the skin from a fruit or vegetable, the verb we use in English is peel. However, in Korean, there are different verbs depending on whether you're using a knife to peel something or your hands to peel something. So if we need to use a knife to remove the skin, such as in apples and pears, we use the verb 깎다. 깎다. Let's say that together. 깎다. 깎다. Okay, now let's say peel an apple. 사과를 깎다. You can also say 사과 껍질을 깎다, but it's more common to say 사과를 깎다. Let's practice saying that. 사과를 깎다. 사과를 깎다. Okay, that was great. Now, with the next two fruit words, we can also use with the verb 깎다. First, it's pear, and this is pear. Pear. Say that with me. Pear. Pear. Okay, and the next word is peach, and this one's a little longer, and it's 복숭아. 복숭아. Repeat after me. 복숭아. 복숭아. Okay, that was great. Now, to talk about peeling both pear and 복숭아, we can use the verb 깎다. So, peel a pear is 배를 깎다, and peel a peach is 복숭아를 깎다. Repeat after me. 배를 깎다. 복숭아를 깎다. Excellent job. Now the next word is tangerine, and this is called 귤. 귤. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 귤. 귤. Now to talk about peeling a fruit using our hands, we use the verb 까다. 까다. Let's practice saying this verb. Repeat after me. 까다. 까다. Now let's say peel a tangerine. 귤을 까다. 귤을 까다. Repeat after me. 귤을 까다. 귤을 까다. That was fantastic. We can also use 까다 to talk about peeling oranges. The next word we have is watermelon, and this is another popular fruit in Korea, and it's 수박. 수박. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 수박. 수박. Now, to say cut a watermelon, we use the verb 자르다. 자르다. The verb 자르다 simply means to cut, so it can be used to talk about cutting many other things, such as paper or thread. Also, although it's written as 자르다 with a 지읒 in the first syllable, Koreans often pronounce this word as 자르다, 자르다. So they say 지읒 as a 쌍지읒. However, the correct way of pronouncing this word is 자르다. So let's practice saying this word the right way. Repeat after me. 자르다, 자르다. That was great. Let's now say cut a watermelon. 수박을 자르다. Repeat after me. 수박을 자르다. 수박을 자르다. Excellent job, well done. We have two more fruit words, and the first of the last two is strawberry. And this in Korean is 딸기, 딸기. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 딸기, 딸기. Okay, great. The final fruit word is grapes, and this in Korean is 포도, 포도. Let's say that together. 포도, 포도. That was great. Now, with strawberry, 딸기, and grapes, 포도, Koreans often wash these fruits, and the verb to wash in Korean is 씻다, 씻다. Say that with me. 씻다, 씻다. Now let's practice saying wash strawberry, 딸기를 씻다, and wash grapes, 포도를 씻다. Repeat after me. 딸기를 씻다, 포도를 씻다. Fantastic job today, well done. In today's lesson, we learned a number of fruit words that are loan words, and other fruit words that are different in Korean. First, apple in Korean is 사과, a pear is 배, and peach is 복숭아. The peel of any fruit or vegetable is called 껍질, and to talk about peeling fruits with knives, we use the verb 깎다. Then we learned that tangerine is 귤, and to talk about peeling things with our hands, we use the verb 까다. Watermelon in Korean is 수박, and the verb to cut in Korean is 자르다. Lastly, we learned that a strawberry in Korean is 딸기, and grapes in Korean is 포도. And to talk about washing these fruits, we use the verb 씻다. Now, we learned a lot of verbs in this lesson, so it's going to take some time to get used to them. But don't worry, as over the next two lessons, we'll learn vegetable words in Korean, and we'll revisit a lot of the verbs covered in this lesson. Okay, so that was a really long lesson, so let's end it there. I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye for now. 사과, 사과.
배, 배. 복숭아, 복숭아.
귤, 귤. 수박, 수박.
딸기, 딸기.
포도, 포도.
껍질, 껍질. 깎다, 깎다, 까다, 까다,
자르다, 자르다. 씻다, 씻다.
복숭아, 복숭아, 껍질, 껍질,
포도, 포도. 사과, 사과. 수박, 수박.
딸기, 딸기, 배, 배,
귤, 귤. 씻다, 씻다.
까다, 까다,
자르다, 자르다.
깎다, 깎다, 사과를 깎다, 사과를 깎다, 귤을 까다, 귤을 까다,
수박을 자르다, 수박을 자르다. 포도를 씻다, 포도를 씻다. Hello again and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn important vegetable words in Korean. So let's begin. The first word is the actual word for vegetable, and it's 채소, 채소. Repeat after me. 채소, 채소. Now, there is another Korean word for vegetable, and it's 야채, 야채. Both words, 채소 and 야채, are used commonly, but in modern Korean, the use of 채소 is becoming more common. Now let's start looking at specific words for vegetables. And perhaps the most important vegetable word in Korean has to be what we make kimchi with, and that's cabbage. 배추, 배추. Say that with me. 배추, 배추. Okay, that's great. Now, in this lesson, we're going to learn another useful verb in Korean, and this is chop up. In English, we often talk about chopping up vegetables such as onion and cabbage. And in Korean, chop up is 썰다, 썰다. Let's first practice saying chop up in Korean, 썰다. Repeat after me. 썰다, 썰다. Okay, and depending on what kind of kimchi you make, you may need to chop up your cabbage. So let's practice saying chop up cabbage. 배추를 썰다, 배추를 썰다. Repeat after me. 배추를 썰다, 배추를 썰다. That was great. Another vegetable we have to chop up is spring onion, scallion, and that's 파, 파. Repeat after me. 파, 파. Let's practice saying chop up spring onion. 파를 썰다, 파를 썰다. Repeat after me. 파를 썰다, 파를 썰다. Okay, well done. Another important vegetable in Korea is a type of lettuce, and it's 상추. 상추. If you've ever been to a Korean barbecue, you may already know that we use 상추 to make barbecue wraps. Let's practice saying 상추 together. Repeat after me. 상추, 상추. That was excellent. Before eating 상추, you have to wash it. And we learned this verb in the lesson before. And the verb to wash is 씻다. So wash the lettuce is 상추를 씻다. 상추를 씻다. Repeat after me. 상추를 씻다. 상추를 씻다. Excellent. Next vegetable word is another green leaf, spinach. And in Korean, it's 시금치. 시금치. Repeat after me. 시금치. 시금치. That was great. Let's say wash spinach. 시금치를 씻다. 시금치를 씻다. Repeat after me. 시금치를 씻다. 시금치를 씻다. Great job. Next vegetable word is still green, but it's not a leafy vegetable, and it's cucumber. 오이. 오이. It's very popular to dip 오이 in gochujang, which is a type of hot pepper paste in Korea. Let's say cucumber. 오이. Repeat after me. 오이. 오이. Now let's practice saying cut the cucumber, and we can use the verb we learned in the previous lesson, which is 자르다. So to say cut the cucumber, it's 오이를 자르다. 오이를 자르다. Repeat after me. 오이를 자르다. 오이를 자르다. That was excellent. The final vegetable word is also a key ingredient in making kimchi, and it's the hot spicy pepper, which is called 고추. 고추. Let's practice this word. Repeat after me. 고추. 고추. Now let's practice saying chop up the pepper. 고추를 썰다. 고추를 썰다. Repeat after me. 고추를 썰다. 고추를 썰다. Fantastic job today. Well done. In today's lesson, we first learned that the word for vegetable is 채소 and 야채, though 채소 is used more often. Cabbage used to make kimchi is called 배추, and spring onion, scallion, is called 파. The lettuce used for wraps at Korean barbecue is called 상추, and spinach is 시금치. 시금치. Cucumber is 오이 in Korean, and hot peppers are called 고추. Finally, we learned that chop up in Korean is 썰다. 썰다. Okay, we learned a lot of important vegetables in Korean cuisine. We'll learn more important vegetables in Korean cuisine in the next lesson. So I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye.
채소, 채소.
야채, 야채. 배추, 배추.
파, 파,
상추, 상추.
시금치, 시금치, 오이, 오이,
고추, 고추. 썰다, 썰다. 고추, 고추.
시금치, 시금치, 채소, 채소,
야채, 야채. 상추, 상추.
오이, 오이, 파, 파,
썰다, 썰다. 배추, 배추.
파를 썰다, 파를 썰다,
고추를 썰다, 고추를 썰다. Hello again and welcome back. Now, continuing on from the previous lesson, we're going to learn more important and common vegetable words in Korean. So let's begin. The first word is carrot, and this is 당근. 당근. Say that with me. 당근. 당근. That was great. Now, let's say peel a carrot. Do you remember the verb peel in Korean? Yes, it's 깎다, which means to peel a fruit or vegetable with a knife. So it's 당근을 깎다. 당근을 깎다. Repeat after me. 당근을 깎다. 당근을 깎다. Great job. Now the next word is potato and it's 감자. 감자. Repeat after me. 감자. 감자. Now, to talk about peeling potatoes, which we normally do with knives, we don't use the verb 깎다. Instead, we use the verb 까다. Although the verb 까다 is generally used to talk about peeling something with our hands, with potatoes, we use the verb 까다. So this is a bit of an exception. Let's practice saying peel a potato, 감자를 까다. 감자를 까다. Repeat after me. 감자를 까다. 감자를 까다. That was great. The next vegetable is sweet potato, and this is 고구마. 고구마. Repeat after me. 고구마. 고구마. That was great. And just like 감자, to talk about peeling sweet potatoes, we use the verb 까다. So it's 고구마를 까다. 고구마를 까다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 고구마를 까다. 고구마를 까다. Excellent, well done. The next vegetable word is onion, and this is 양파. 양파. Onion, 양파, is probably an important ingredient in any cuisine, and similarly, 양파 goes in just about most dishes in Korean cuisine. Let's practice saying onion, 양파. Repeat after me. 양파. 양파. Now, with onion, we also use the verb 까다 to talk about peeling onions. So it's 양파를 까다. 양파를 까다. Repeat after me. 양파를 까다. 양파를 까다. Okay, moving on. The next vegetable is another important ingredient in Korean cuisine, and it's garlic. In Korean, it's 마늘. 마늘. Garlic, 마늘, is a key ingredient in kimchi. And if you go to Korean barbecue restaurants, you often get raw garlic to cook on the barbecue stove. Goes well with samgyeopsal, pork belly, a popular meat in Korea. It's kind of making me hungry actually. Let's practice saying garlic, 마늘 together. Repeat after me. 마늘. 마늘. That's great. Now to talk about peeling a garlic, we use the verb 까다. So it's 마늘을 까다. 마늘을 까다. Repeat after me. 마늘을 까다. 마늘을 까다. Okay, so you're doing really well. The final vegetable word in this lesson is mushroom, and this is 버섯. 버섯. The 시옷 받침 in the second syllable is pronounced as like a T sound. So it's 버섯. 버섯. Say that with me. 버섯. 버섯. Now, 버섯 is another vegetable which Koreans often cook on the barbecue stove and eat with meat. So when making a wrap with 상추, Koreans will put a piece of meat, cooked garlic, and mushroom all together in 상추. They just go really well together. So next time you go to Korean barbecue, you should give this combination a try. Okay, so let's practice saying cut the mushrooms. So we'll use the verb 자르다. So cut the mushroom is 버섯을 자르다. 버섯을 자르다. Repeat after me. 버섯을 자르다. 버섯을 자르다. Excellent job today. Well done. In today's lesson, we learn 6 new vegetable words. First, we learn that carrot is 당근, and we use the verb 깎다 to say peel a carrot. Then we learn that potato is 감자 and sweet potato is 고구마. And to talk about peeling potatoes and sweet potatoes, we use the verb 까다. Next, onion was 양파 and garlic was 마늘. And we use the verb 까다 to talk about peeling them. Finally, mushroom was 버섯, and we practice saying cut the mushrooms with the verb 자르다. Okay, so by now you should have a pretty solid knowledge of vocabulary related to fruit and vegetables. So let's move on and learn about vocabulary related to meat. So I'll see you soon again. Bye bye. 당근, 당근.
감자, 감자. 고구마, 고구마.
양파, 양파. 마늘, 마늘.
버섯, 버섯.
마늘, 마늘. 양파, 양파.
감자, 감자.
당근, 당근.
버섯, 버섯. 고구마, 고구마.
당근을 깎다, 당근을 깎다.
고구마를 까다, 고구마를 까다. 마늘을 까다, 마늘을 까다.
Hello and welcome back. Now, this lesson is all about meat, and I think it's a useful lesson as Korean dining experience is very much about barbecue and meat. So let's begin. First, the word for meat is 고기. 고기. Repeat after me. 고기. 고기. That's great. Now, talking about different kind of meat is really easy in Korean. You basically say the animal's name in front of the word 고기, and that describes the meat for that animal. So to say pork, we combine the word for pig, 돼지, 돼지, and 고기. So pork is 돼지고기, 돼지고기. Let's practice saying pork, 돼지고기. Repeat after me. 돼지고기, 돼지고기. Well done. Now, there are many different kinds of pork meat, but the most popular of its kind is 삼겹살, which I mentioned in the lesson before, and it refers to pork belly. In Korea, 삼겹살 is a thinly sliced pork belly, and it's served in most restaurants, and very popular at home as well. So let's practice saying 삼겹살, 삼겹살. Repeat after me. 삼겹살, 삼겹살. Excellent job, well done. Now the next meat is beef, and cow in Korean is 소. So beef is 소고기, 소고기. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 소고기, 소고기. Koreans have a particular preference for Korean beef, and these are meat from native Korean cows. And they call Korean beef 한우, 한우. Because the second syllable begins with an iung, the ni은 받침 in the first syllable carries over. So this is said 한우, 한우. Now these syllables come from Chinese. So Han means Korea and U means cow. And in terms of word connection, Korean word for milk is 우유, 우유. And this 우 means cow too. So let's first practice saying Korean beef, 한우, 한우. Repeat after me. 한우, 한우. That was great. Well done. Now to talk about cooking meat on heat, such as on a barbecue, a grill, or a frying pan, we use the verb 굽다, 굽다. So to say cook pork, we say 돼지고기를 굽다. And to say cook beef, we say 소고기를 굽다. Let's practice these two phrases. Repeat after me. 돼지고기를 굽다. 소고기를 굽다. That was excellent. Well done. Now, another very popular meat in Korea is chicken. Chicken in Korean is 닭, 닭. And in this word, we pronounce the 기역 in the 겹받침 and 리을 is silent. So it's 닭, 닭. So to say chicken meat, we say 닭고기, 닭고기. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 닭고기, 닭고기. Now, although 닭고기 is the word for chicken meat, when referring to fried chicken, which is really popular in Korea, Koreans just use the English phrase fried chicken and say it phonetically in Korean. But they say it either fried chicken or fried chicken. Both phrases are commonly used. Let's practice these phrases because they might come handy when you're in Korea. Repeat after me. fried chicken, fried chicken. Now, to say deep fried chicken, we use the verb 튀기다, 튀기다. The verb 튀기다 simply means to fry. So 튀기다 can refer to both shallow fry and deep fry. Let's practice saying fry a chicken. 닭고기를 튀기다, 닭고기를 튀기다. Repeat after me. 닭고기를 튀기다, 닭고기를 튀기다. Excellent job, well done. The final meat we will learn is lamb and mutton meat. In Korean, sheep is called 양, 양, regardless of how old it is. So the meat from sheep is called 양고기, 양고기. Let's practice that. Repeat after me. 양고기, 양고기. Now let's say cook lamb on heat. So it's 양고기를 굽다, 양고기를 굽다. Repeat after me. 양고기를 굽다, 양고기를 굽다. That was excellent. Well done. Now, if you're wondering what words like sausage, bacon, and ham are in Korean, they're loan words from English. So sausage is 소시지, bacon is 베이컨, and ham is 햄. So you just have to say them phonetically in Korean. Okay, so in today's lesson, we learned that meat in Korean is 고기. And to talk about different kinds of meat, we say the animal word with the word for meat, 고기. So pork is 돼지고기, beef is 소고기, chicken is 닭고기, and lamb and mutton are 양고기. We also learned that a popular pork meat in Korea is 삼겹살, which means pork belly, and the name for Korean beef is 한우. And fried chicken can be said phonetically in Korean, either fried chicken or fried chicken. To talk about cooking meat on heat, such as on a barbecue or on a frying pan, we use the verb 굽다. And the verb to fry is 튀기다, 튀기다. Finally, Korean words for sausage, bacon, and ham are loan words from English. So they are 소시지, 베이컨, and 햄. Okay, so that pretty much covers all the important words related to meat. In the next lesson, we'll look at vocabulary related to fish. I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye.
고기, 고기.
돼지고기, 돼지고기. 소고기, 소고기.
닭고기, 닭고기. 양고기, 양고기.
삼겹살, 삼겹살.
한우, 한우.
프라이드 치킨, 프라이드 치킨.
굽다, 굽다.
튀기다, 튀기다. 프라이드 치킨, 프라이드 치킨. 소고기, 소고기.
고기, 고기. 닭고기, 닭고기. 한우, 한우. 굽다, 굽다.
튀기다, 튀기다.
양고기, 양고기.
삼겹살, 삼겹살. 고기를 굽다, 고기를 굽다.
삼겹살을 굽다, 삼겹살을 굽다. 닭고기를 튀기다, 닭고기를 튀기다.
Hello again and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at vocabulary related to fish. So let's begin. Before we get into actual vocabulary related to fish, if you look at South Korea on the map, the country is surrounded by the sea. So naturally, fish and seafood are really important parts of the Korean cuisine. Therefore, learning some key vocabulary related to fish can be quite useful if you're in Korea. So first, in Korean, there are two words for fish, and they are 물고기 and 생선. 물고기, which is made up of 물, meaning water, and 고기, meaning meat, refers to fish living in a body of water, such as a river or the sea. 생선, on the other hand, refers to fish that has been caught and is ready to be eaten. So if you see lots of fish in the sea, you would say there's a lot of 물고기 and not a lot of 생선. Conversely, if you go to a supermarket and buy a fish, then you would tell people that you bought 생선 and not 물고기. So that's the key difference between 물고기 and 생선. In terms of pronunciation, this word 물고기 is pronounced as 물고기. So it's 고기 and not 고기. So it's 물고기, 물고기. Let's practice both 물고기 and 생선. Repeat after me. 물고기, 물고기. 생선, 생선. Okay, that was great. We'll start with a couple of big 물고기, which we don't eat very often. The first one is whale. And this is 고래, 고래. Repeat after me. 고래, 고래. Now, interestingly, in English, if someone is a heavy drinker, we say that that person drinks like a whale or a fish. And similarly in Korean, we call them 술고래. 술 means an alcoholic drink and 고래 means a whale. So a heavy drinker in Korea is called 술고래. That was just for fun. Now the next big 물고기 is a shark, and this is 상어. 상어. Repeat after me. 상어. 상어. That was great. Now those are the big fish in the sea. Let's now look at popular 생선 in Korea. And the first one is cod, and it's 대구. 대구. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 대구. 대구. Now this is quite easy to remember because there is also a big city in Korea called Daegu in southern Korea. Also, daegutang, which is a soup-based dish with daegu, is a very popular dish in Korea. Another popular fish in Korean cuisine is mackerel, and this is 고등어. 고등어. And in this word, the final syllable 어 comes from Chinese and it means fish. So there are actually a lot of fish names that end in 어. Also, Korean word for fisherman is 어부. And as you can probably guess, the first syllable 어 in 어부 refers to fish. Let's practice saying this word mackerel, 고등어. Repeat after me. 고등어. 고등어. That's great. In Korea, we often cook 고등어 on a frying pan. Now, do you remember the verb we learned that means to cook on a heat, such as on a barbecue or a frying pan? Yes, it's 굽다. 굽다. So, cook a mackerel is 고등어를 굽다. 고등어를 굽다. Repeat after me. 고등어를 굽다. 고등어를 굽다. Excellent. Another really important fish in Korean cuisine is anchovies. And this is 멸치. 멸치. Repeat after me. 멸치. 멸치. Excellent. Now, Koreans use 멸치 to make fish stock, and they also fry 멸치 and make a side dish. It's probably an ingredient or fish most homes always have. Let's look at a couple of fish that are perhaps more popular outside of Korea, but also common in Korea as well. The first one is tuna, and this is 참치. 참치. Repeat after me. 참치. 참치. Now, tinned 참치 is very popular in Korea, as well as raw 참치. And raw fish in Korea is called 회. 회. Okay, so let's look at the final vocabulary word, and it's salmon. And salmon in Korean is 연어. 연어. And this word also ends in 어, which means fish. Similar to 참치, 연어회 is also very popular in Korea too. In terms of pronunciation, because the second syllable begins with an 이응, the 니은 받침 in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable. So this word is pronounced as 연어. 연어. Let's practice saying salmon, 연어 together. Repeat after me. 연어. 연어. Fantastic job today. Well done. Today, we first learned that live fish in a body of water is called 물고기, and the fish we eat is called 생선. After that, we learned that a whale in Korean is 고래, and a shark is 상어. Cod in Korean is 대구, and mackerel in Korean is 고등어. To talk about cooking fish on heat, we can use the verb 굽다, which we learned before. Another important fish in Korean cuisine is anchovies, and in Korean, this is 멸치. Tuna is 참치, and salmon in Korean is 연어. And the raw fish we eat is called 회. 회. Finally, we also learned that the syllable 어 comes from Chinese and it means fish. Hence, the word for fisherman in Korean is 어부. 어부. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we'll look at vocabulary related to seafood. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye. 물고기, 물고기.
생선, 생선. 고래, 고래.
상어, 상어. 대구, 대구.
고등어, 고등어. 멸치, 멸치.
참치, 참치.
연어, 연어. 회, 회.
어, 어.
어부, 어부. 멸치, 멸치.
상어, 상어.
생선, 생선. 연어, 연어.
어, 어.
어부, 어부. 회, 회.
참치, 참치. 물고기, 물고기.
고래, 고래.
대구, 대구.
고등어, 고등어.
생선을 굽다, 생선을 굽다. 고등어를 굽다, 고등어를 굽다. Hello there. So in this lesson, we're going to look at some useful vocabulary related to seafood. So let's begin. The first word is the word for seafood in Korean, and this is 해산물. 해산물. The first syllable in this word 해 comes from Chinese characters, and it means the sea. Let's practice saying seafood 해산물. Repeat after me. 해산물. 해산물. That was great. Now let's look at words for specific types of seafood. And the first one is a prawn, a shrimp. And this in Korean is 새우, 새우. Repeat after me. 새우, 새우. That was great. 새우 is very popular in Korea, and Koreans will often cook 새우 on a frying pan. And to say cook 새우 on heat, we can say 새우를 굽다, 새우를 굽다. Repeat after me. 새우를 굽다, 새우를 굽다. That was excellent. Now the next word is crab, and this in Korean is 게, 게. Now this word sounds the same as the word for dog in Korean, which is 게 also. But the vowels used in these two words are different, so do keep that in mind. Let's practice saying crab, 게. Repeat after me. 게, 게. Great job. Now the next word is lobster, and this in Korean is 바닷가재, 바닷가재. Now in Korean, the word 가재 refers to crayfish that lives in fresh water, which looks like a small lobster. So to refer to lobsters in the sea, we use the adjective form of the word 바다, 바닷, which means the sea. Now, sometimes we can change a noun into an adjective form by adding a 시옷 받침 to a noun. And in an earlier lesson in the word 윗도리, which means top, the clothes we wear on our upper body, we change the noun 위, meaning above, to 윗 to make this into an adjective form. So this word 바닷 follows the same pattern as we change the noun 바다 into an adjective form by adding 시옷 to it. So let's first practice saying lobster, 바닷가재. Repeat after me. 바닷가재, 바닷가재. Excellent job, well done. Now, sometimes Koreans also refer to lobster as lobster, lobster. So don't be surprised if you hear Korean people call lobster lobster, lobster. Okay, so the next word is shellfish, and this in Korean is 조개, 조개. Now, the English word shellfish has a broader range of meaning than its Korean counterpart, as it refers to things like mussels and clams, as well as crab and lobster. However, the Korean word 조개 only refers to things like mussels and clams, which are enveloped by two shells, so it doesn't refer to things like crab and lobster. Also, Koreans love having 조개 on a barbecue, and it's surprisingly good, so you should definitely try it if you get a chance. So let's practice saying shellfish, 조개. Repeat after me. 조개, 조개. That was great. Now let's learn the most popular and common 조개, the mussel. And this in Korean is 홍합, 홍합. Now in fast speech, the hiet in the second syllable is almost silent. So it sounds like 홍합, 홍합. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 홍합, 홍합. Great job, well done. Now the next word we have is oysters, another type of 조개. And oyster in Korean is 굴, 굴. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 굴, 굴. In some regions in Korea, they make kimchi with 굴, and it's called 굴김치, 굴김치, and it's absolutely amazing. Right, the final seafood word is seaweed, and this in Korean is miyeok, miyeok. Now there is also a side dish in Korean food called kim, which is really popular, and it's sometimes referred to as seaweed. But this is actually made by drying laver, which is another type of seaweed. So both miyeok and kim can be referred to as seaweed. Let's practice saying miyeok together. Repeat after me. 미역, 미역. One of the most popular and common foods in Korea is called miyeokguk, which is a soup made of miyeok. And in Korea, it's a tradition for people to eat miyeokguk on their birthdays. So when it's your Korean friend's birthday, ask them if they had miyeokguk. Most Koreans will have miyeokguk on their birthdays. Let's practice saying miyeokguk, miyeokguk. Repeat after me. 미역국, 미역국. Excellent job today, well done. In today's lesson, we learn words related to seafood, and seafood in Korean is 해산물. We learn that prawn, shrimp is 새우, which Koreans often cook on heat. So we can say 새우를 굽다. Crab in Korean is 게, and lobster is 바닷가재, though it's sometimes called lobster. Seafood enveloped by shells is called 조개, and the two kinds of 조개 we learned were mussels, which are 홍합, and oyster, which is 굴. Lastly, we learned that seaweed is miyeok, and it's a tradition to have miyeok soup, miyeokguk, on birthdays in Korea. Okay, great. That just about covers the main words related to seafood. In the next lesson, we'll learn language related to drinks. We'll focus on non-alcoholic drinks first. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye.
해산물, 해산물.
새우, 새우. 게, 게.
바닷가재, 바닷가재. 조개, 조개.
홍합, 홍합. 굴, 굴.
미역, 미역.
굴, 굴. 게, 게.
조개, 조개. 미역, 미역.
새우, 새우.
바닷가재, 바닷가재.
홍합, 홍합.
해산물, 해산물.
Hi there! So in today's lesson, we're going to learn useful language related to non-alcoholic drinks in Korean. We'll cover the alcoholic stuff in the next lesson. Now the most important vocabulary of them all has to be water, and this in Korean is 물, 물. Let's say that with me. 물, 물. That's great. Now, 물 is a general word for water, but if you wanted to refer to tap water, as in the water from the faucet, then it will be called 수돗물, 수돗물. Again, we have an example of changing a noun to an adjective by adding 시옷 받침 to the noun. The noun 수도 means water supply. Also, in terms of pronunciation, in fast speech, the 시옷 받침 in the second syllable is almost silent. So it's 수돗물, 수돗물. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 수돗물, 수돗물. Excellent job, well done. Now, in terms of drinking water, there is a word called 식수 that refers to drinking water. But when we ask for water in restaurant, we don't use this word and we can just ask for 물. That's more common. Okay, so the next word is milk. And we saw this word in another lesson earlier and it's 우유, 우유. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 우유, 우유. Now, these two syllables come from Chinese, and as we learned earlier, 우 refers to cow, and this 유 refers to milk. And to make further word connection, breast milk in Korean is 모유. And this 모, which we learned in our very first lesson, means mother. So breast milk in Korean, 모유, means the mother's milk. Okay, so the next word we have is a general word for drinks and beverages, and this is 음료수, 음료수. The word 음료 means a drink and beverage, and the word 수 comes from Chinese characters, and it means water. In restaurant menus, you will often see non-alcoholic drinks, such as juice and fizzy drinks, soda, under the 음료수 section. And in terms of pronunciation, the 리을 in the second syllable changes to 니은. So it's not 음료수, it's 음료수, 음료수. Let's practice saying this word 음료수, which means beverages. Repeat after me. 음료수, 음료수. Excellent, well done. The first type of 음료수 we'll look at is fizzy drink or soda. And this in Korean is 탄산음료, 탄산음료. The word 탄산 means carbonated, and 음료, as we learned already, means drink and beverage. So this word 탄산음료 means a carbonated drink, a fizzy drink, a soda. And in terms of pronunciation, as we mentioned already, the 리을 in the final syllable changes to 니은. So it's 탄산음료, 탄산음료. Let's practice that word. Repeat after me. 탄산음료, 탄산음료. That's great. Well done. Now, the next non-alcoholic drink is juice. And this is a loan word from English. And in Korean, it's 주스, 주스. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 주스, 주스. Now, to describe different kinds of fruit juice, we can say the Korean fruit word in front of the word 주스, just like in English. So, apple juice is 사과 주스, and orange juice is 오렌지 주스. Okay, so let's look at two types of hot drinks. And first we have coffee. And this is another loan word, so it's 커피, 커피. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 커피, 커피. Now, most names related to coffee are loan words. So a latte is latte, cappuccino is cappuccino, and even black coffee is black coffee. Okay, let's have a look at another hot drink, and this is tea. And tea in Korean is 차, 차. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 차, 차. Now, to describe different kinds of tea, we add the word that describes the tea in front of the word 차, just like in English. So, jasmine tea in Korean is jasmin차. Green tea is 녹차, and this word 녹 simply means green. And barley tea, which is really popular in Korea, is 보리차. Okay, so finally, to talk about drinking any drink, we use the verb 마시다. 마시다. So to say drink water, we say 물을 마시다. Drink milk is 우유를 마시다. And drink coffee is 커피를 마시다. So let's practice saying these phrases. Repeat after me. 물을 마시다. 우유를 마시다. 커피를 마시다. Fantastic job today. Well done. So in today's lesson, we learn vocabulary related to non-alcoholic drinks. We first learned that water is 물 and tap water is 수돗물. And when we ask for water in restaurants, we can just use the word 물. Milk in Korean is 우유 and breast milk or mother's milk is 모유. Non-alcoholic drinks are referred to as 음료수 and fizzy drinks, soda, are called 탄산음료. Juice in Korean is 주스 and we can add different fruit words in front of the word 주스 to refer to different kinds of juice. Coffee and other coffee-related drinks are loan words, so coffee in Korean is 커피. And tea in Korean is 차. And we can talk about different kinds of tea by adding a word that describes that tea in front of the word 차, such as 보리차, which means barley tea. Lastly, to talk about drinking all kinds of drinks, we use the verb 마시다. 마시다. Okay, so that's it for the non-alcoholic drinks. In the next lesson, we'll look at vocabulary related to alcoholic drinks. I'll see you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye. 물, 물.
수돗물, 수돗물. 우유, 우유.
모유, 모유. 음료수, 음료수.
탄산음료, 탄산음료.
주스, 주스. 커피, 커피.
차, 차. 마시다, 마시다. 차, 차.
주스, 주스.
우유, 우유. 수돗물, 수돗물.
음료수, 음료수.
탄산음료, 탄산음료.
물, 물. 커피, 커피. 모유, 모유.
마시다, 마시다.
물을 마시다, 물을 마시다.
우유를 마시다, 우유를 마시다.
주스를 마시다, 주스를 마시다. Hi there. Now, in Korea, drinking is a huge part of the Korean culture. So, even if you don't drink, it can be useful to know words related to alcohol as a reference. So, today we're going to look at useful vocabulary related to alcoholic drinks in Korean. So, let's begin. Now, the first word we'll look at is the word for alcoholic drink, and this is 술. 술. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 술. 술. That was great. So if you want to say, I had a drink last night, or let's have a drink, you would use this word 술. Now, an important word when talking about alcohol is the word 주. 주. This word comes from Chinese characters and it refers to alcoholic drinks. So many drink names in Korean has this word 주. So let's look at alcohol names that have this word. The first word has to be the most popular drink in Korea, and it's soju. Soju. This word doesn't have an English word as it's also just known as soju. And in terms of pronunciation, the 시옷 in the first syllable is not pronounced as so, but so. So it's soju. Soju. Now, it is by far the most popular drink in Korea, and there are many different varieties and flavors of soju available as well. Let's first practice saying soju. Repeat after me. Soju. Soju. That was great. Well done. Now, the next word is beer, and this is 맥주. 맥주. Repeat after me. 맥주. 맥주. That was great. Well done. Now, to talk about pouring drinks, we use the verb 따르다. 따르다. We can use this verb to talk about pouring any drink. So this verb can be used with non-alcoholic drinks we learned in the previous lesson. So pour soju is 소주를 따르다, and pour beer is 맥주를 따르다. Let's practice saying these phrases. Repeat after me. 소주를 따르다. 맥주를 따르다. That was great. Well done. Now the next word is for hard liquor, spirits, and these are called 양주. 양주. Now the syllable yang means Western, foreign. So 양주 refers to foreign drinks such as whiskey and vodka. Also, drinks like whiskey and vodka are just said phonetically in Korean. So whiskey is whiskey and vodka is 보드카. Let's first practice saying 양주. Repeat after me. 양주. 양주. That was fantastic. Well done. The next word is another foreign drink, and this is wine. And wine is said phonetically in Korean. So it's wine. Wine. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. Wine. Wine. Now, traditionally, wine was called 포도주. 포도주. And if you recall an earlier lesson on fruits, 포도 is a Korean word for grapes. So wine was referred to as grape alcoholic drink. However, most people just call wine as wine rather than 포도주. So next time you're in Korea and you want to say wine, you can just say wine phonetically in Korean. Wine. Let's practice saying pour wine, 와인을 따르다. 와인을 따르다. Repeat after me. 와인을 따르다. 와인을 따르다. Excellent job, well done. Now the last drink is a very traditional drink in Korea, and this is the rice wine. It's called 막걸리. 막걸리. Now, 막걸리 was out of fashion for a while because it was considered an old-fashioned drink, but it made a huge comeback in the early 2000s and is now very popular among Koreans of all ages. Let's practice saying rice wine, 막걸리. Repeat after me. 막걸리. 막걸리. Excellent, well done. Now let's practice saying pour rice wine, 막걸리를 따르다. 막걸리를 따르다. Repeat after me. 막걸리를 따르다. 막걸리를 따르다. That was excellent, well done. Now, a part of the Korean drinking culture is to eat food while you're drinking. And in some bars, you have to order food with your drinks. And the food you order with drinks is called 안주. 안주. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 안주. 안주. Excellent job today. Well done. In today's lesson, we learned that the word for alcoholic drink is 술. And many Korean drink names use the word 주, which comes from Chinese characters and means an alcoholic drink. So we learned that soju is soju, beer is 맥주, and liquor and spirits from other countries are called 양주. Specific names of Western drinks such as whiskey and vodka are just said phonetically in Korean. Wine is 와인, also traditionally known as 포도주, and Korean rice wine is called 막걸리. To talk about pouring drinks, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks, we use the verb 따르다. And the food we order with our alcoholic drinks is called 안주. 안주. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to look at some specific words related to Korean food. So I'll see you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye.
술, 술,
주, 주. 소주, 소주.
맥주, 맥주, 양주, 양주,
와인, 와인. 포도주, 포도주. 막걸리, 막걸리.
안주, 안주, 따르다, 따르다,
와인, 와인. 소주, 소주.
술, 술,
주, 주. 막걸리, 막걸리.
양주, 양주. 안주, 안주. 따르다, 따르다. 맥주, 맥주.
포도주, 포도주. 소주를 따르다, 소주를 따르다. 맥주를 따르다, 맥주를 따르다. Hello there. Now, a Korean dining table is made up of elements that are very different from a Western dining table. So in today's lesson, we're going to learn vocabulary related to elements found on Korean dining table. So let's get started. Now, the key thing to remember is that a Korean dining experience is essentially not a course meal, and all the food comes to the table together at once. So there is no starter, mains, and dessert. Though we'll come to this aspect of dessert a little later. First, of all the elements found on a Korean dining table, the most important one is the staple food in the Korean diet, rice. But in Korean, we have two different words for rice, one for uncooked rice and one for cooked rice. The word for uncooked rice is 쌀, 쌀. And the word for cooked rice is 밥, 밥. Let's practice both words related to rice. Repeat after me. 쌀, 쌀. 밥, 밥. Now, because 밥 is such an important part of the Korean diet, even when Koreans ask each other questions like, have you eaten? They'll ask, 밥 먹었어? 밥 먹었어? And some Koreans, particularly older Koreans, do not consider a meal if 밥 is missing from that meal. Now, the younger generation is a little different, but generally, 밥 is a very important part of a Korean meal. Now, the next word is a side dish, and this in Korean is 반찬, 반찬. Repeat after me. 반찬, 반찬. A Korean dining table is made up of numerous banchan. The most common one is, of course, kimchi. But a typical home meal will have anywhere between 3 to maybe 7 types of banchan. And during special meals, it's common to have more than 10 banchan on the dining table. So this is why when you go to Korean restaurants, you see so many small dishes on the table. Banchan is generally shared with other people, so they're put in the middle of the dining table, and everyone just eats from the same dish using their own chopsticks. Okay, so the next important element of a Korean dining table is the soup, and this in Korean is guk, guk. Repeat after me. Guk, guk. A soup or guk in Korean meals is not a starter, but it's something that accompanies your main meal, like your rice. But unlike banchan, you normally get one guk for each person. So guk is generally not shared. Common types of guk include miyeokguk, which we mentioned in an earlier lesson, and 콩나물국, which is made from 콩나물, a type of bean sprout. Now, in Korean language, we have another word for soup-based dish, and it's 탕, 탕. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 탕, 탕. Now, the main difference between guk and tang is that tang is generally considered a main meal in itself. So in many restaurants, you can order tang as a meal and you get a bowl of rice with the tang. However, guk is more of a side dish, so generally it's not as common for people to order guk as a main meal in restaurants. Though there are always exceptions, such as sundaeguk, which is considered a main meal on its own. Some common types of tang are galbitang, a beef rib soup, and seolleongtang, stew meat-based soup. Now the next important word in Korean meals is like a soup, though it's a little different, and it's jjigae. Jjigae. Let's practice saying this word, jjigae. Repeat after me. Jjigae. Jjigae. Jjigae is another soup-based dish, but it has a thicker broth and it usually has more other ingredients, such as meat, tofu, and vegetables. It's also usually shared with others rather than having one for each person. Now there are many types of jjigae, and the most common types are kimchi-jjigae, made with kimchi, and doenjang-jjigae, which is made with doenjang, soybean paste. The last important word is noodle, and in Korean, this is guksu. Guksu. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. Guksu. Guksu. Generally, guksu is considered a meal on its own, so you don't normally eat guksu and pap together. However, as with any meal in Korea, you would get some side dishes with guksu as well. Common guksu found in Korea are kalguksu, flour-based noodle in fish or chicken broth, and naengmyeon, which is a type of cold noodle dish. Okay, so the final word for this lesson is the word for dessert, and this is 후식. 후식. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 후식. 후식. Now, these syllables come from Chinese. 후 means after and shik means a meal. So 후식 means after meal. And although this word exists in the Korean language, having 후식 or dessert is not that common in Korea, though it's becoming more common in restaurants nowadays. Also, Koreans often just call desserts phonetically in Korean. So they call it 디저트. 디저트. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 디저트. 디저트. Okay, so that's the end of this lesson on vocabulary related to Korean food. First, we learned that uncooked rice is called 쌀 and cooked rice is called 밥. Side dishes are called banchan, which are shared with other diners. And two types of soup-based dish are called guk and tang. And in general, guk is more of a side dish and tang is more of a main meal. Jjigae is another soup-based dish, but with thicker broth and with more ingredients. Guksu means noodles, and dessert in Korean is 후식, though it's also sometimes called 디저트. Okay, hope you now have a better idea on what a Korean meal looks like. Let's now move on, and in the next lesson, learn words related to our homes. Bye for now. 쌀, 쌀.
밥, 밥. 반찬, 반찬.
국, 국. 탕, 탕.
찌개, 찌개. 국수, 국수.
후식, 후식.
국수, 국수. 찌개, 찌개. 밥, 밥.
쌀, 쌀.
반찬, 반찬.
국, 국. 후식, 후식. 탕, 탕. Hi there! So, in today's lesson, we're going to look at vocabulary related to Korean homes. So let's begin. First, a Korean word for a house and home is 집, 집. Now, 집 is a general word that refers to a house and also someone's home. So if you want to say, I'm at home, or that house is pretty, then you would use the word 집 as it refers to one's home and a house in a general sense. Let's practice saying 집. Repeat after me. 집, 집. Okay, now let's look at words that describe different types of homes found in Korea. The first word is a flat, an apartment. And in Korean, it's 아파트, 아파트. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 아파트, 아파트. Now, 아파트 is perhaps the most common type of home in Korea, and you can find apartments everywhere. Some apartment buildings are 8 to 10 stories high, and some are high as 60 stories. The Korean word for story, floor, is 층, 층. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 층, 층. So, 5th floor is 5층, and 10th floor is 10층. And we can use Sino-Korean numbers to refer to floor numbers. Let's practice saying 5th floor and 10th floor, 5층 and 10층. Repeat after me. 5층, 10층. Excellent job, well done. Now let's practice saying live in an apartment. The verb to live in Korean is 살다, 살다. Let's first practice saying 살다. Repeat after me. 살다, 살다. Now let's practice saying live in an apartment. 아파트에 살다, 아파트에 살다. Repeat after me. 아파트에 살다, 아파트에 살다. The particle 에 is similar to the preposition in, on, and at in English, and its use changes depending on the context it's used in. Let's now say live on the 10th floor. 10층에 살다, 10층에 살다. Repeat after me. 10층에 살다, 10층에 살다. That was excellent. Well done. Let's look at another type of home, and this is called 빌라. 빌라. In Korea, 빌라 are multi-story buildings with many homes, just like apartments. But they're smaller than apartments, usually somewhere between 3 to 7 stories high. Also, an apartment complex tends to be made up of many apartment buildings, but villa tends to be an individual building or is a complex made up of 2 or 3 buildings. As you can see from these pictures, there is a clear contrast between a villa and an 아파트. Let's practice saying villa. Repeat after me. villa, villa. Let's now say live in a villa. 빌라에 살다, 빌라에 살다. Repeat after me. 빌라에 살다, 빌라에 살다. Great job. Now, the least common type of home in Korea is a regular detached house like this. Because cities are so densely populated, houses like this are very rare and also very expensive. So wherever there is land space, it's more common to build apartments in Korea. This type of home is called 주택. 주택. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 주택. 주택. Let's practice saying live in a detached house. 주택에 살다. 주택에 살다. Repeat after me. 주택에 살다. 주택에 살다. Now, the next 2 homes are for single residents, what we'd call a studio apartment. One type of studio is called 원룸. 원룸. This name comes from the English words one room, and it reflects the layout of a studio apartment as everything is within a single room. Let's practice saying 원룸. Repeat after me. 원룸. 원룸. That was great. Another type of studio apartment in Korea is called 오피스텔. 오피스텔. And this is a combination of 2 English words, office and hotel. Officetel. The initial concept was that an officetel is an office with features of a residential home. So it can be used as a small office as well as a studio apartment. However, nowadays it's more commonly used as a home by single residents or small families. And also, as opistel is more of a modern concept, they're commonly found in modern buildings in cities. Let's practice saying opistel. Repeat after me. 오피스텔. 오피스텔. That was excellent. Well done. The final type of home in this lesson is even rarer, and it's called 한옥. 한옥. 한옥 is a traditional Korean home, and in terms of pronunciation, the ni은 받침 in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable, so it's pronounced as 한옥. 한옥. Repeat after me. 한옥. 한옥. So, as I've mentioned already, hanok is a traditional Korean home, and because of the modern lifestyle, they're very rare. But Koreans do love the design of hanok homes, and there are special hanok villages in Seoul and in other parts of Korea. There are also some bed and breakfast accommodations at hanok homes, so you can try staying at these homes for a night if you wish. Okay, so that's it for this lesson on Korean homes. We first learned that the general word for a house, as well as one's home, is 집. The most common type of home is a flat, an apartment, called 아파트, and its slightly smaller version is called a villa. A floor on any building is called 층. Simple detached homes, a single residential home, is called 주택, and 2 types of studio apartments are either 원룸, and a modern studio that functions as an office and a residential home is called 오피스텔. Finally, a traditional Korean house is called 한옥, and the verb to live in Korean is 살다. 살다. And the particle 에 means in, on, or at in English. Okay, so now that we have a pretty good understanding of Korean homes, we'll next look at rooms found in Korean homes. I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye.
집, 집.
아파트, 아파트.
빌라, 빌라. 층, 층.
주택, 주택. 원룸, 원룸. 오피스텔, 오피스텔.
한옥, 한옥. 살다, 살다. 애, 애.
오피스텔, 오피스텔.
한옥, 한옥. 집, 집.
아파트, 아파트.
층, 층. 애, 애.
원룸, 원룸.
빌라, 빌라.
주택, 주택.
살다, 살다.
아파트에 살다, 아파트에 살다.
주택에 살다, 주택에 살다. 5층에 살다, 5층에 살다.
칠층에 살다, 7층에 살다. Hello again. So in this lesson, we're going to look at vocabulary related to rooms in a house in Korean. Let's get straight into it. First, a room in Korean is 방, 방. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 방, 방. Now, 방 is a general word that refers to rooms. So when we want to say things like, this room is hot, or my room is small, we use the word 방. However, another important word that refers to rooms is 실, 실. This word refers to a room and is used with other words to refer to specific rooms. For example, in offices, the meeting room is called 회의실, 회의실. The word 회의 means a meeting. So 회의실 literally means a meeting room. And another word is the classroom at school, and this is called 교실, 교실. And here we see the word 실 again. So in this lesson, many of the rooms we learn will have 실 at the end. And the first room we'll learn is the living room. And it's 거실, 거실. Repeat after me. 거실, 거실. That was great. This word 거 means living. So 거실 literally means the living room. Now, to say someone or something is in a room, we use the verb 있다, 있다. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 있다, 있다. Now, to say be in the living room, we can say 거실에 있다, 거실에 있다. Notice how the 리을 in the second syllable carries over to the third syllable. It's 거실에, 거실에. Let's practice saying the whole phrase. Repeat after me. 거실에 있다, 거실에 있다. That was great. And in this sentence, we see the particle 에 again, which can mean in, on, or at. Now the next word is the kitchen, and it's 부엌, 부엌. But in Korean, there is also another word that means the kitchen, and it's 주방, 주방. Let's practice both words. Repeat after me. 부엌, 부엌. 주방, 주방. Now there are slight nuance differences between the two words. The main difference being that 부엌 is a pure Korean word, while 주방 is based on Chinese characters. However, when referring to the kitchen in a home, you can use either. It really doesn't matter. Also, 주방 can be used with other nouns as an adjective. So, 주방 기구 refers to kitchen equipment, but you wouldn't call it 부엌 기구. That's unnatural. Also, kitchens in restaurants are more commonly referred to as 주방 rather than 부엌. Okay, moving on. The next room is the master bedroom, and this in Korean is 안방, 안방. When pronouncing this word, there are two important points to remember. Firstly, the 니은 받침 in the first syllable changes to 비음, so it's read as 안방, 안방. Secondly, the second syllable 방 is pronounced as bang. So rather than saying this as 안방, it's 안방, 안방. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 안방, 안방. Let's now say be in the master bedroom. 안방에 있다, 안방에 있다. Repeat after me. 안방에 있다, 안방에 있다. That was great. The next word is the bedroom, and this in Korean is 침실, 침실. Repeat after me. 침실, 침실. The syllable 침 means sleeping, so this phrase kind of means sleeping room. Let's practice saying be in the bedroom. 침실에 있다, 침실에 있다. Repeat after me. 침실에 있다, 침실에 있다. That was great. Now the next word is the bathroom, and this is 욕실, 욕실. Now the verb to bathe is 목욕하다, 목욕하다. So we take this syllable 욕, which means bathe, and combine it with 실 to say bathroom. 욕실, 욕실. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 욕실, 욕실. Great job, well done. The next word is for the toilet, and it's 화장실, 화장실. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 화장실, 화장실. That was great. 화장실 is used to refer to any toilet facility, not just at home. The final word in this lesson is the study, and it's 서재. 서재. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 서재. 서재. Now, 서재 is not very common in Korea, and most homes don't have a separate 서재. But if you have a spare room, you can convert that room to a study, 서재. Okay, so that's it for this lesson today. And in today's lesson, we learned that a room in Korean is 방. And the word 실, which also means room, can combine with other words to refer to specific rooms. The first room was 거실, the living room. The kitchen in Korean has two words, 부엌 and 주방. The master bedroom is 안방, and bedrooms in general are called 침실. The bathroom in Korean is 욕실, and the toilet is called 화장실. And finally, the study is called 서재. To say that someone or something is somewhere, we can use the verb 있다. Okay, so that's the end of this lesson. In the next lesson, we'll look at vocabulary related to furniture in the house. See you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye.
방, 방,
실, 실,
거실, 거실,
부엌, 부엌,
주방, 주방,
안방, 안방,
침실, 침실, 욕실, 욕실,
화장실, 화장실, 서재, 서재,
있다, 있다,
화장실, 화장실, 부엌, 부엌,
주방, 주방,
실, 실,
욕실, 욕실, 방, 방,
안방, 안방, 서재, 서재,
침실, 침실, 거실, 거실, 있다, 있다,
방에 있다, 방에 있다,
거실에 있다. 거실에 있다. 부엌에 있다. 부엌에 있다.
Hello there! In this lesson, we're going to learn vocabulary related to common furniture found in our homes. So let's begin. The first word is the word for furniture, and this is 가구, 가구. Say that with me. 가구, 가구. Okay, so that's a pretty simple start. Now let's look at our first furniture word, and it's the sofa. This is a loan word from English, and it's sofa, sofa. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. sofa, sofa. Now let's learn how to say sit on the sofa. The verb to sit is 앉다, 앉다. The 지읒 받침 in the 겹받침 is silent, so it's read 앉다, 앉다. And as you can hear, the 디귿 in 다 sounds like 쌍디귿. So it's not 앉다, but it's 앉다, 앉다. Let's say this verb to sit, 앉다, together. Repeat after me. 앉다, 앉다. Now let's say sit on a sofa. 소파에 앉다, 소파에 앉다. Repeat after me. 소파에 앉다, 소파에 앉다. That was great, well done. Now the next word is a dining table. In the previous lesson, we never actually went over what a dining room is. And the reason for this is because Korean homes don't have a dining room. In nearly all homes, the dining table is found in the kitchen area. And a dining table is called 식탁, 식탁. This syllable 식 refers to a meal, and this syllable 탁 refers to a high place. So this phrase means a meal at a high place, a dining table. Traditionally, Koreans would eat by sitting on the floor, so the meaning of this phrase reflects how Western dining table differs from this tradition of sitting and eating in Korea. Let's practice saying a dining table, 식탁. Repeat after me. 식탁, 식탁. Great job, well done. Now a chair in Korean is 의자, 의자. And although this 의 is read as 의 in slow speech, in fast speech, 의 almost sounds like ư. So it becomes 의자, 의자. Now to refer to dining chairs, we simply add the word dining table, 식탁, in front of 의자. So a dining chair is 식탁 의자, 식탁 의자. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 식탁 의자, 식탁 의자. That's great. Let's now say sit on a dining chair. 식탁 의자에 앉다, 식탁 의자에 앉다. Repeat after me. 식탁 의자에 앉다, 식탁 의자에 앉다. That was excellent. Well done. The next word is a bookshelf, and this is 책장, 책장. The word 책 means a book, and 장 refers to a standing cage-like structure where we put things in. And as we will learn later, 장 is also used in Korean words for a wardrobe, a closet, and a dresser, a chest of drawers. Let's practice saying 책장. Repeat after me. 책장, 책장. Okay, that's great. Now the next word we will learn is a coffee table found in living rooms, like this. Now the Korean word for a table is 탁자, 탁자. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 탁자, 탁자. That's great. Well done. Now, to say a coffee table, we add the word for living room in front of the word 탁자. Do you remember what the living room is called? Yes, it's 거실. So a coffee table is 거실 탁자. 거실 탁자. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 거실 탁자. 거실 탁자. That's excellent. Well done. Now the next word is not a piece of furniture in a house, but is found in most rooms, and it's the door. A door in Korean is 문. 문. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 문. 문. Let's now try to say open a door, and the verb to open is 열다. 열다. Repeat after me. 열다. 열다. That's great. Let's now say open a door. It's 문을 열다. 문을 열다. Repeat after me. 문을 열다. 문을 열다. That's excellent. Well done. Now the final word in this lesson is the word for a door handle. And first, we need to learn that a handle of any kind in Korean is 손잡이. 손잡이. This word is made up of 손, meaning a hand, and 잡이. And this is a noun made from the verb 잡다, which means to grab. Now, sometimes in Korean, we can change a verb into a noun by adding e to the verb stem. And we saw this rule applied in an earlier lesson when we changed the verb 걸다, which means to hang, to 거리, to say 목걸이, a necklace, and 귀걸이, an earring. So this 잡이 follows the same pattern as we simply add e to the verb stem of 잡다, which is 잡. Now, in terms of pronunciation, because the last syllable begins with an ian consonant, the 비읍 받침 in the second syllable carries over to the final syllable. So this is read 손잡이, 손잡이. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 손잡이, 손잡이. Most of the time, Koreans just say 손잡이 to refer to a door handle. But if there is a need to make a clear distinction that you're referring to a door handle, then you can say 문 손잡이, 문 손잡이. But most of the time, 손잡이 should be sufficient as it should be fairly obvious that you're referring to a door handle. Okay, so in today's lesson, we learned that furniture in Korean is 가구, and a sofa is 소파. To talk about sitting on something, we use the verb 앉다. A dining table in Korean is 식탁, and to refer to a dining chair, we add 식탁 to the word that means a chair, 의자. So a dining chair is 식탁 의자. A bookshelf is 책장, and a coffee table is 거실 탁자. And 탁자 just means a table. A door in Korean is 문, and the verb to open is 열다. Lastly, a handle of any kind is 손잡이, but to refer to a door handle, we can say 문 손잡이. Okay, so that's it for the general furniture lesson in a house. In the next lesson, we'll look at furniture found in bedrooms. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye. 가구, 가구.
소파, 소파.
식탁, 식탁. 의자, 의자.
식탁 의자, 식탁 의자. 책장, 책장.
탁자, 탁자.
거실 탁자, 거실 탁자.
문, 문.
손잡이, 손잡이.
앉다, 앉다.
열다, 열다. 손잡이, 손잡이.
의자, 의자.
소파, 소파.
가구, 가구. 식탁, 식탁.
식탁 의자, 식탁 의자.
문, 문.
책장, 책장.
탁자, 탁자.
거실 탁자, 거실 탁자. 열다, 열다.
앉다, 앉다. 소파에 앉다, 소파에 앉다.
의자에 앉다, 의자에 앉다. 문을 열다, 문을 열다.
Hello there, and welcome to another lesson. And this time we're going to look at vocabulary related to furniture found in our bedrooms. 침실. So let's begin. The first word is the bed, and this is 침대. 침대. Let's say that together. 침대. 침대. As mentioned in an earlier lesson, 침 means sleep, and the second syllable 대 means stage, a platform. So 침대 kind of means a sleeping stage, a bed. Let's now learn to say lie on a bed. The verb to lie is 눕다, 눕다. Say that with me. 눕다, 눕다. Now let's say lie on a bed. 침대에 눕다. 침대에 눕다. Repeat after me. 침대에 눕다. 침대에 눕다. That was excellent. Well done. Our next word is the wardrobe, the closet, and this is 옷장. 옷장. This word is made up of 옷, which means clothes, and 장, which we saw in our previous lesson, and it refers to a standing cage-like structure where we put things in. Let's practice saying a wardrobe, 옷장. Repeat after me. 옷장, 옷장. That's great. Now, in Korean, there is another word for a wardrobe, and this is 장롱. 장롱. There is a misconception that this word should be spelled as 장롱 because it's often pronounced as 장롱. However, the correct spelling is 장롱. Also, this is actually a rather old-fashioned term for a wardrobe, a closet. So most people will actually call a wardrobe 옷장 rather than 장롱. However, this word is still used today, so it's still worth knowing about. Let's practice saying this word 장롱. Repeat after me. 장롱. 장롱. That was great. Well done. Now the next word also uses the word 장, and this is a chest of drawers, a dresser. And this is 서랍장. 서랍장. The word 서랍 means a drawer, so many furniture items can have 서랍. Let's practice saying a dresser, a chest of drawers in Korean. 서랍장. Repeat after me. 서랍장. 서랍장. Let's now practice saying put in something. And the verb we use is 넣다. 넣다. In this word, the 히읗 받침 in the first syllable combines with the 디귿 in the second syllable to make a T sound. So it's 넣다. 넣다. Repeat after me. 넣다. 넣다. That was excellent. Let's now practice saying put in a closet, 옷장에 넣다, and put in a dresser, 서랍장에 넣다. Repeat after me. 옷장에 넣다. 서랍장에 넣다. Great job, well done. Now the next word is for a dressing table, and this in Korean is 화장대. 화장대. Now the word 화장 means makeup, and 대, as we learned already, means a platform or stage. So 화장대 refers to where we do our makeup. Also, in terms of pronunciation, the 대 in the final syllable is read as 대. So it's not 화장대, but it's 화장대. 화장대. Let's practice saying a dressing table, 화장대. Repeat after me. 화장대. 화장대. Great job. Now the next word for this lesson is the desk, and it's 책상. 책상. Repeat after me. 책상. 책상. That was great. And to say a desk chair, we follow the same rule as saying a dining chair. So we add 책상 to the word chair. Do you remember what chair was in Korean? Yes, it's 의자. So a desk chair is 책상 의자. 책상 의자. Repeat after me. 책상 의자. 책상 의자. That was great. Let's now practice sit on a desk chair. 책상 의자에 앉다. 책상 의자에 앉다. Repeat after me. 책상 의자에 앉다. 책상 의자에 앉다. Excellent job today. Well done. In today's lesson, we learn vocabulary related to bedroom furniture. We first learned that a bed is 침대 and the verb to lie is 눕다. The wardrobe, a closet, is either 옷장 or 장롱, though 장롱 is a more old-fashioned term. The verb to put in, to say put something in the closet, is 넣다. A chest of drawers, a dresser, is 서랍장, and a dressing table is 화장대. A desk is 책상, and a desk chair is 책상 의자. Okay, so that's it for this lesson, and in the next lesson, we'll learn words related to items found in the kitchen. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye.
침대, 침대. 옷장, 옷장.
장롱, 장롱. 서랍장, 서랍장. 화장대, 화장대.
책상, 책상. 책상 의자, 책상 의자.
눕다, 눕다.
넣다, 넣다. 책상 의자, 책상 의자.
장롱, 장롱.
옷장, 옷장. 침대, 침대. 책상, 책상.
화장대, 화장대. 서랍장, 서랍장.
넣다, 넣다.
눕다, 눕다. 침대에 눕다, 침대에 눕다. 옷장에 넣다, 옷장에 넣다.
서랍장에 넣다, 서랍장에 넣다.
Hi there, so in this lesson we're going to learn words related to tableware, such as plates and bowls, and cutlery, spoons and chopsticks. So let's begin. First, a bowl in Korean is 그릇, 그릇. That can be quite tricky to say, so let's first practice saying that. Repeat after me. 그릇, 그릇. Now, 그릇 is a pretty important word in Korean because rice, as in 밥, and any kind of soup-based dish such as 국, 탕, and 찌개 are served in 그릇. And in Korean, we make a distinction between bowls used for rice and bowls used for soup. And they are called 밥그릇 and 국그릇. Looking at these images, you can see that 밥그릇 has a smaller round shape and 국그릇 is a bigger circle but is spread out more. Let's practice saying these phrases. Rice bowl, 밥그릇, and soup bowl, 국그릇. Repeat after me. 밥그릇, 밥그릇, 국그릇, 국그릇. Great effort, well done. The next word is for a plate, and this is 접시, 접시. 접시 is mainly used for serving banchan in Korean meals, but depending on what kind of food and meal you have, you may have your main meal on 접시 too. Let's first practice saying that. Repeat after me. 접시. 접시. That was excellent. The next word we have is for a cup, and this is a loan word, so it's cup. Cup. Repeat after me. Cup. Cup. Good job. And to say a mug in Korean, we say mug phonetically in Korean and add it to the word cup. So a mug is mug cup. Mug cup. Let's practice saying a mug cup. Repeat after me. Mug cup. Mug cup. That's excellent. Well done. The next word is for a glass, and a glass is 잔. 잔. Let's first say that together. Repeat after me. 잔. 잔. Now, just as there are different kinds of glass in English, such as a beer glass and a wine glass, Koreans also make that distinction. And just like in English, we mention the name of the drink in front of 잔 to refer to that type of glass. So a beer glass is 맥주잔, a soju glass is 소주잔, and a wine glass is 와인잔. Now you may have also noticed the different sounds, but with 맥주 and soju, 잔 is pronounced as 짠 because of the 치읓 in the preceding syllable 주. However, with wine, 잔 is just pronounced as 잔. So it's 맥주잔, 소주잔, and 와인잔. Let's practice these phrases. Repeat after me. 맥주잔, 소주잔, 와인잔. Excellent job, well done. Okay, the final two words are the main eating cutlery in Korea, and they are spoons and chopsticks. Spoons are called 숟가락, 숟가락, and chopsticks are called 젓가락, 젓가락. 숟 and 젓 are what refers to the spoon and chopsticks in terms of how these tools are used. And 가락 refers to the shape, the long thin handle they have. In terms of pronunciation, in fast speech, the 받침 in 숫 and 받침 in 젓 are almost silent, so they're said as 숟가락 and 젓가락. So again, 숟가락 and 젓가락. Also, as a cultural reference, unlike Chinese and Japanese chopsticks, Koreans use metal spoons and chopsticks. And this is because in the past, Korean royalty used silver spoons and chopsticks, as silver changed color if it touched poison. So it was a way of protecting themselves. Now this tradition has kind of continued to the present day, though nowadays spoons and chopsticks tend to be made of stainless steel rather than silver. Okay, so let's practice saying spoon and chopsticks, 숟가락 and 젓가락. Repeat after me. 숟가락, 숟가락, 젓가락, 젓가락. Excellent. Finally, if you struggle to use chopsticks, you may need to ask for a knife and a fork. And to request these, you basically say these words phonetically in Korean. So a knife is 나이프 and a fork is 포크. Remember that Korean language doesn't have an F sound. So when English words with the letter F are said in Korean, it's usually pronounced as a piup sound, which is similar to the P sound in English. Let's practice these words. Repeat after me. 나이프, 포크. Excellent job today. Well done. In today's lesson, we learn important vocabulary related to tableware and cutlery. First, we learn that a bowl is 그릇, but we make a distinction between a rice bowl, 밥그릇, and a soup bowl, 국그릇. Next, a plate in Korean is 접시, a cup is cup, and to say a mug, we say 머그컵. After that, we learned that a glass is 잔, and to say a beer glass, soju glass, or wine glass, we say the Korean word that refers to that drink and 잔. So we can say 맥주 잔, 소주 잔, and wine 잔. Then we learned that a spoon is 숟가락 and chopsticks are 젓가락. And finally, knife and fork are 나이프 and 포크. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn words related to bigger kitchen utensils, like pots and pans. I'll see you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye. 그릇, 그릇.
밥그릇, 밥그릇. 국그릇, 국그릇.
접시, 접시.
컵, 컵.
머그컵, 머그컵. 잔, 잔.
맥주잔, 맥주잔. 숟가락, 숟가락.
젓가락, 젓가락.
나이프, 나이프.
포크, 포크.
숟가락, 숟가락.
접시, 접시.
컵, 컵.
젓가락, 젓가락. 그릇, 그릇. 포크, 포크.
국그릇, 국그릇. 밥그릇, 밥그릇.
잔, 잔. 머그컵, 머그컵.
맥주잔, 맥주잔. 나이프, 나이프.
Hi there, so in this lesson we're going to learn words related to kitchen utensils such as pots and pans. So let's start. The first word is for a pot and this is 냄비, 냄비. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 냄비, 냄비. Nembi is an extremely important kitchen tool as we make our cook in nembi, as well as a personal favorite, ramyeon. Now, then to serve cook, we need to use a ladle, and ladle is aptly called 국자, 국자. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 국자, 국자. That was excellent. Now the next word is for a frying pan, and this is a loan word from English, so we say this phonetically in Korean. We mentioned in the previous lesson that there is no F sound in Korean. So when we say English words in Korean with an F sound, we use piup. So a frying pan is 프라이팬, 프라이팬. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 프라이팬, 프라이팬. That was great. We also mentioned in an earlier lesson that fried chicken can be called fried chicken and fried chicken. And similarly, some Koreans call frying pan 후라이팬 rather than 프라이팬. So do keep that in mind. The next word is a turner, but I had to research this and I'm not sure what it will be called in the US. But a turner that looks like this in Korean is 뒤집개, 뒤집개. Now in Korean, the verb to turn over is 뒤집다. So we change this verb into a noun by changing 다 to 개. So it's 뒤집개, 뒤집개. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 뒤집개, 뒤집개. Great effort. Now the next word is for a kettle, and this is 주전자, 주전자. Now, 주전자 refers to both a kettle you put on a stove and electric kettles. So let's practice saying kettle, 주전자. Repeat after me. 주전자, 주전자. Great job, well done. Now the next word is for the pot you cook rice in, and this word is 밥솥, 밥솥. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 밥솥, 밥솥. Now, as you can imagine, the first syllable here, 밥, means cooked rice. And this word 솥 is an old-fashioned word. And traditionally, rice was cooked in Korean kitchens in 솥 like this. 솥, however, was also used for other purposes, such as making kuk. In modern Korea, things have moved on, and most homes will have electric rice cookers that look something like this. And this is called 전기밥솥, 전기밥솥. The word 전기 means electric, so we just add this phrase to 밥솥 to make 전기밥솥. Let's practice saying electric rice cooker, 전기밥솥. Repeat after me. 전기밥솥, 전기밥솥. Great job, well done. Now the next word is the utensil used to scoop up rice from 밥솥, and this is 주걱, 주걱. And 주걱 looks like this. Let's practice saying 주걱. Repeat after me. 주걱, 주걱. Great job, well done. Now the last word in this lesson is the verb to scoop up, as in scoop up the rice. And this verb in Korean is 뜨다, 뜨다. Let's first practice this verb. Repeat after me. 뜨다, 뜨다. In Korean, we use this verb 뜨다 to talk about serving rice, 밥, and soup, kuk. So to say serve or scoop up using 주걱, we can say 주걱으로 뜨다. And to say serve, scoop up using 국자, the ladle, we can say 국자로 뜨다. Now, when we want to say that we do something by using something, we can use 로 or 으로. Now, in these examples, you can see that after 주걱, we have 으로, and after 국자, we have 로. This is because when the noun ends with a 받침, as in 주걱 ends with a 기역 받침, then we use 으로. But if it doesn't, as in 자 in 국자 doesn't end in 받침, then we just use 로. Okay, so let's practice saying these phrases. Repeat after me. 주걱으로 뜨다. 국자로 뜨다. Now let's practice saying scoop up rice with 주걱, 주걱으로 밥을 뜨다, and scoop up soup with a ladle. 국자로 국을 뜨다. Repeat after me. 주걱으로 밥을 뜨다. 국자로 국을 뜨다. Excellent job today. Well done. In this lesson, we learned vocabulary related to pots and pans in the kitchen and kitchen utensils. First, we learned that pots are called 냄비 and ladles are 국자. A frying pan is 프라이팬, though it's sometimes also called 후라이팬, and a turner is 뒤집개. A kettle, both electric and non-electric, is 주전자. A pot you cook rice in is 밥솥, and electric rice cookers are 전기밥솥. The utensil you use to scoop up rice is 주걱, and the verb to scoop up is 뜨다. Finally, we use 로 or 으로 to say that you do something with or by something. Okay, so that's the end of this lesson on various kitchen utensils and pots and pans. In the next lesson, we'll look at big electrical appliances found in the kitchen. I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye. 냄비, 냄비.
국자, 국자. 프라이팬, 프라이팬.
뒤집개, 뒤집개. 주전자, 주전자.
밥솥, 밥솥.
전기밥솥, 전기밥솥. 주걱, 주걱.
뜨다, 뜨다.
로, 으로, 로, 으로. 주걱, 주걱.
국자, 국자.
뒤집개, 뒤집개. 냄비, 냄비.
프라이팬, 프라이팬.
주전자, 주전자.
밥솥, 밥솥.
전기밥솥, 전기밥솥 로으로
뜨다, 뜨다. 국자로 뜨다, 국자로 뜨다. 주걱으로 뜨다, 주걱으로 뜨다.
국자로 국을 뜨다 국자로 국을 뜨다 주걱으로 밥을 뜨다 주걱으로 밥을 뜨다 Hi there, so in this lesson we're going to learn words related to appliances found in the kitchen. So let's begin. The first one is the gas range cooker, and this is a loan word and it's 가스레인지. 가스레인지. Often Koreans will contract 레인 and say 가스레인지. 가스레인지. Also, although it's not a correct way of saying it, 기역 in 가 is often pronounced as 가. So people often say 가스, 가스레인지. But in this lesson, we will of course practice saying the right way. Let's practice saying 가스레인지. Repeat after me. 가스레인지. 가스레인지. Great job, well done. Now, electric range cookers follow a similar pattern and they're called 전기레인지. 전기레인지. And as we learned in the previous lesson, this word 전기 means electric or electrical. Let's practice saying an electric range cooker. 전기레인지. Repeat after me. 전기레인지. 전기레인지. Excellent job, well done. Now, the microwave in Korean follows the same pattern and it's called 전자레인지. 전자레인지. The word 전자 means electron and we use this word in front of 레인지 to refer to a microwave. Let's try to say microwave in Korean. 전자레인지. Repeat after me. 전자레인지. 전자레인지. That was excellent, well done. Now in English we use the verb turn on to talk about turning on most appliances. And Korean language has a similar verb we can use to talk about turning on appliances. And this verb is 켜다. 켜다. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 켜다. 켜다. Okay, so to say turn on the gas range cooker is 가스레인지를 켜다 and turn on the microwave is 전자레인지를 켜다. Let's practice saying these phrases. Repeat after me. 가스레인지를 켜다. 전자레인지를 켜다. Great job, well done. Now the next word is the fridge, and this in Korean is 냉장고. 냉장고. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 냉장고. 냉장고. This syllable 냉 comes from Chinese characters and it means cold. And if you recall an earlier lesson, we mentioned that a popular cold Korean noodle is called 냉면. And 냉 in this word also means cold. Another word that uses 냉 is the freezer. And in Korean, a freezer is 냉동고. 냉동고. And in this word, the second syllable 동 means freeze, frozen. So let's practice saying freezer in Korean, 냉동고. Repeat after me. 냉동고, 냉동고. Great job, well done. Now the next appliance is a dishwasher, and in Korean this is 식기세척기. 식기세척기. 식기 means dishes or tableware, and 세척 is a noun that means clean and wash. And we can add 기 to this word to make it into a noun that means washer. So 식기세척기 means dishwasher. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 식기세척기. 식기세척기. Now let's say turn on the dishwasher. 식기세척기를 켜다. 식기세척기를 켜다. Repeat after me. 식기세척기를 켜다. 식기세척기를 켜다. Excellent job, well done. Now the final appliance from the kitchen is the oven, and this is a loan word, and in Korean it's oven. Oven. Now Korean language doesn't have a consonant equivalent to the V sound, so V is pronounced as a piub, which is actually more similar to the B sound in English. Let's practice saying oven in Korean. Oven. Repeat after me. Oven. Oven. Let's say turn on the oven. 오븐을 켜다. 오븐을 켜다. Repeat after me. 오븐을 켜다. 오븐을 켜다. Okay, great. Now the final appliance in this lesson is not always found in the kitchen, but sometimes it's in the kitchen, and it's the washing machine. In Korean, it's 세탁기. 세탁기. The word 세탁 is a noun that means laundry, and similar to the dishwasher, we can add 기 to this noun to make this into a washing machine. Now in terms of pronunciation, when you say 세탁기, the 기역 받침 in the second syllable carries over to the final syllable, and the 기역 in the third syllable is pronounced as a 쌍기역. So it's not 세탁기, it's 세탁기. 세탁기. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 세탁기. 세탁기. That was excellent. Well done. Okay, so today we learn various words related to kitchen appliances. First, we learned that a gas range cooker is 가스레인지 and an electric cooker is 전기레인지. A microwave is called 전자레인지. A fridge is 냉장고 and a freezer is 냉동고. A dishwasher in Korean is 식기세척기 and an oven is called oven. And finally, the washing machine in Korean is 세탁기. To talk about turning on any appliances, we use the verb 켜다. 켜다. Okay, so that's it for this lesson, and in the next lesson we'll look at words related to other electrical appliances found around the house. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye bye. 가스레인지. 가스레인지.
전기레인지. 전기레인지.
전자레인지. 전자레인지. 냉장고. 냉장고.
냉동고. 냉동고. 식기세척기. 식기세척기.
오븐, 오븐. 세탁기, 세탁기.
켜다, 켜다.
세탁기, 세탁기. 가스레인지, 가스레인지. 냉장고, 냉장고. 오븐, 오븐.
전기레인지, 전기레인지.
전자레인지, 전자레인지.
냉동고, 냉동고. 식기세척기, 식기세척기. 켜다, 켜다.
가스레인지를 켜다, 가스레인지를 켜다. 식기세척기를 켜다, 식기세척기를 켜다.
세탁기를 켜다, 세탁기를 켜다.
Hi there, so in this lesson we're going to learn words related to general appliances found around the house. So let's begin. The first word is a television, and this is a loan word from English, so we say it phonetically in Korean, like this. television, television. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. television, television. Also, just like how we call a television a TV, Koreans also call television TV, but phonetically in Korean. So it's TV, TV. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. TV, TV. That was great, well done. Now, in the previous lesson, we learned that the verb to turn on in Korean is 켜다. So in this lesson, we'll learn the verb to turn off. And this is 끄다, 끄다. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 끄다, 끄다. That's great. Let's now say turn off the TV. TV를 끄다, TV를 끄다. Repeat after me. TV를 끄다, TV를 끄다. That was excellent, well done. Now the next word is a computer, and this is again another loan word, and it's computer, computer. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. Computer, computer. That was great. Now, the word for laptop in Korean is also a loan word, but it's not laptop. It's notebook. Notebook. I think in English we tend to think of notebook laptops as smaller laptops, but in Korean, all laptops are called notebook. Notebook. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. Notebook. Notebook. That was great. Let's now say turn off the computer. 컴퓨터를 끄다 and turn off the laptop. 노트북을 끄다. Repeat after me. 컴퓨터를 끄다. 노트북을 끄다. Great job, well done. Now the next word is a vacuum cleaner, and this is 진공청소기. 진공청소기. The word 진공 means vacuum, and 청소 is a noun that means clean. Just like how we added 기 to the dishwasher and a washing machine, we can add 기 to 청소 to say cleaner, 청소기. This 기 actually means machine, so it's used with many kinds of machines. Let's practice saying a vacuum cleaner, 진공청소기. Repeat after me. 진공청소기. 진공청소기. Another useful verb we can use with machines is to work, to operate. In Korean, when we say use the vacuum cleaner, we use a verb that means to work, to operate. And this verb is 돌리다. 돌리다. Let's practice saying this verb. Repeat after me. 돌리다. 돌리다. Let's now say operate, use the vacuum cleaner. 진공청소기를 돌리다. 진공청소기를 돌리다. Repeat after me. 진공청소기를 돌리다. 진공청소기를 돌리다. Excellent job, well done. The final three words are important for different seasons in Korea, and the first one is for the freezing winters in Korea, and it's the boiler. This again is a long word, so it's boiler, boiler. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. Boiler, boiler. That's great. Let's now say turn off the boiler. 보일러를 끄다. 보일러를 끄다. Repeat after me. 보일러를 끄다. 보일러를 끄다. Excellent work, well done. Now, summers in Korea can be extremely hot and humid, and I doubt anyone in Korea can get through the summer without the following two appliances. And first, it's the air conditioner, and it's called aircon. Aircon. This is a kind of a modified loan word. Let's practice saying aircon. Repeat after me. Aircon. Aircon. That's great. Now the last word is for the electric fan, and this is 선풍기. 선풍기. The second syllable 풍 means wind and air. Let's practice saying 선풍기. Repeat after me. 선풍기. 선풍기. Great job, well done. Finally, let's say turn off the fan. 선풍기를 끄다. 선풍기를 끄다. Repeat after me. 선풍기를 끄다. 선풍기를 끄다. Great job today, well done. In today's lesson, we learned words related to appliances found around the house. First, we learned that a television is television, but it's also called TV. A computer is computer, and a laptop is notebook. A vacuum cleaner is 진공청소기, and to talk about operating using a vacuum cleaner, we can use the verb 돌리다. A boiler in Korean is 보일러, and an air conditioner is aircon. An electric fan in Korean is 선풍기. Finally, the verb to turn off is 끄다. 끄다. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn words related to the bathroom and particularly washing our faces. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye. 텔레비전, 텔레비전.
TV, TV. 컴퓨터, 컴퓨터.
노트북, 노트북. 진공청소기, 진공청소기.
보일러, 보일러. 에어컨, 에어컨.
선풍기, 선풍기.
돌리다, 돌리다.
끄다, 끄다.
에어컨, 에어컨. 컴퓨터, 컴퓨터. 보일러, 보일러. TV, TV.
선풍기, 선풍기. 진공청소기, 진공청소기. 텔레비전, 텔레비전. 노트북, 노트북. 끄다, 끄다.
돌리다, 돌리다.
TV를 끄다, TV를 끄다.
컴퓨터를 끄다, 컴퓨터를 끄다. 보일러를 돌리다, 보일러를 돌리다.
진공청소기를 돌리다, 진공청소기를 돌리다. Hello there, so in this lesson we're going to learn words related to the bathroom, but we'll focus the language around how we wash parts of our faces. So let's begin. The first word is the wash basin, the bathroom sink, and this is 세면대, 세면대. In this word, 세 means wash and 면 means face. And we learned about this syllable 대 before, and it means a platform or stage. So 세면대, the wash basin, kind of means the platform where we wash our face. Sort of makes sense. Let's practice saying 세면대. Repeat after me. 세면대, 세면대. That was great. Now the noun that refers to washing our face is 세수, 세수. And 세수 is a noun that refers to the act of washing our face. In this word, 수 actually refers to hands. So it kind of means washing hands or washing our face with our hands. Let's first practice saying 세수. Repeat after me. 세수. 세수. Okay, so to make this noun into a verb that means to wash face, we add 하다 at the end. So the verb to wash face is 세수하다. 세수하다. Repeat after me. 세수하다. 세수하다. Great job. Now, to wash our face and hands, we often use a soap, though there are now lots of different things that people use. But soap in Korean is 비누. 비누. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 비누. 비누. Excellent job, well done. Let's now move on to words related to brushing our teeth. And first, it's the toothbrush, and this is 칫솔. 칫솔. The first syllable 치 refers to teeth, and you'll find a lot of words related to teeth use this syllable. For example, the Korean word for dentist is 치과. 치과. And the second syllable, 솔, means brush. So 칫솔 quite literally means toothbrush. Now, in terms of pronunciation, although 솔 is pronounced as 솔 when it's used alone, when it's used with 치 to say toothbrush, is pronounced as 솔. So it's not 치솔, it's 칫솔. 칫솔. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 칫솔. 칫솔. That was great. Now, the Korean word for toothpaste is 치약. 치약. If you didn't know already, the Korean word for medicine is 약. So 치약 kind of means tooth medicine, toothpaste. I guess it is tooth medicine. Let's practice saying 치약. Repeat after me. 치약. 치약. Excellent work, well done. Now the noun that refers to brushing our teeth is 양치질. 양치질. 양치질 is a noun that refers to the act of brushing our teeth. Let's first practice saying 양치질. Repeat after me. 양치질. 양치질. Okay, so similar to washing our face, to make 양치질 into a verb, we simply add 하다 at the end. So the verb to brush teeth in Korean is 양치질 하다. 양치질 하다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 양치질 하다. 양치질 하다. Fantastic job, well done. Finally, we're on to shaving. But before we start shaving, we need to put on the shaving foam. And shaving foam is the only loan word in this lesson. So it's shaving foam. Shaving foam. As mentioned previously, there is no V sound in Korean, so a V sound, when it's said phonetically in Korean, is said as a piep, which is more similar to the B sound in English. And again, F sound doesn't exist in Korean, so it's pronounced as piep, which is similar to the P sound in English. So it's shaving foam. Shaving foam. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. Shaving foam. Shaving foam. Great job. Now to talk about putting on shaving foam, we use the verb 바르다. 바르다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 바르다. 바르다. Let's now say put on shaving foam. shaving 폼을 바르다. shaving 폼을 바르다. Repeat after me. shaving 폼을 바르다. shaving 폼을 바르다. That was quite tricky to say, but you did really well. Now, lastly, the noun that means shave in Korean is 면도. 면도. 면, as we learned before, means face, and 도 means knife. So it refers to the act of shaving. However, this word 면도 refers to shaving hair off the body as a whole, rather than just the face. Let's first practice saying 면도. Repeat after me. 면도. 면도. That was great. Now, to say shaver, we add 기 to 면도. So a shaver is 면도기. 면도기. And the verb to shave is made by adding 하다 to 면도, similar to the other verbs we learned in this lesson. So it's 면도하다. 면도하다. Let's practice saying these two words. Repeat after me. 면도기. 면도하다. Excellent job today. Well done. Today we learn words related to how we wash or clean parts of our face. First, we learn that the wash basin is 세면대, the noun wash face is 세수, and the verb to wash face is 세수하다. And soap in Korean is 비누. A toothbrush is 칫솔 and toothpaste is 치약. And the noun that refers to the act of brushing teeth is 양치질, and the verb to brush teeth is 양치질하다. Shaving foam in Korean is 쉐이빙폼, and the verb to put on is 바르다. The noun that refers to the act of shaving is 면도, and a shaver is 면도기, and the verb to shave is 면도하다. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we'll learn words related to showers and baths. So I'll see you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye.
세면대, 세면대. 세수, 세수.
비누, 비누. 칫솔, 칫솔.
치약, 치약. 양치질, 양치질. 면도, 면도.
쉐이빙폼, 쉐이빙폼. 면도기, 면도기. 세수하다, 세수하다.
양치질 하다, 양치질 하다. 바르다, 바르다.
면도하다, 면도하다.
양치질, 양치질.
칫솔, 칫솔.
치약, 치약. 양치질 하다. 양치질 하다. 세면대. 세면대. 면도. 면도.
면도기, 면도기.
바르다. 바르다.
쉐이빙 폼, 쉐이빙 폼. 면도하다, 면도하다.
세수. 세수.
비누, 비누. 세수하다, 세수하다. Hello there again. So in this lesson, we're going to learn words related to showers and baths. So let's get started. First, the Korean word for shower is a loan word and it's shower, shower. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. Shower, shower. Now, similar to the verbs we learned in the previous lesson, we can change this into a verb to shower by adding hada. So, to shower is shower하다, shower하다. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. shower하다, shower하다. That was great. Well done. Let's now learn the Korean word for a shower cubicle or shower booth. And this is 샤워실, 샤워실. As we learned before, this word 실 refers to a room, but 샤워실 doesn't refer to the whole room, but rather the cubicle within the bathroom. But if you go to gyms in Korea, 샤워실 can refer to the room where there are lots of showers, rather than a single shower cubicle. So be mindful of how this word can be used differently in different situations. Let's practice saying 샤워실. Repeat after me. 샤워실, 샤워실. That's excellent, well done. The next three words are what we use in the shower to wash ourselves. And the first word is shampoo. And this is a long word, so it's shampoo, shampoo. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. Shampoo, shampoo. That was great, well done. And the next word is for the conditioner, and this in Korean is 린스, 린스. Now, there are some Korean words that seem to have origins in English, but is used in another way in Korean, and 린스 is definitely one of those. 린스 comes from the word rinse, but in Korean it's used to describe conditioners. These English words that are used differently in Korean are called Konglish, a combination of Korean and English. Let's practice saying 린스. Repeat after me. 린스, 린스. That was great. The last word for what we use in the shower is the body wash, and this is a long word, so it's 바디워시, 바디워시. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 바디워시, 바디워시. Excellent job, well done. The last word related to showers is the verb that means to wash one's hair. And this is 머리 감다, 머리 감다. 머리 means head. And 감다 has many different meanings, but one of those is to wash our body and head. So 머리 감다 means to wash one's hair. Now in terms of pronunciation, 다 in 감다 is pronounced as 따. So it's 감다, 감다. Let's practice saying to wash one's hair. 머리 감다. Repeat after me. 머리 감다. 머리 감다. Excellent job, well done. Now let's look at words related to baths. And the first word is the noun that means a bath. And this is 목욕. 목욕. Now, as we learned in an earlier lesson, the syllable 욕 refers to a bath. And the first syllable 목 means to wash. Also, because of connected speech, the 기역 받침 in the first syllable carries over to the second syllable. So this word is pronounced as 목욕. 목욕. Let's say that together. Repeat after me. 목욕. 목욕. Okay, that was great. By now, you can kind of guess how we change this into a verb. And if you guess that we change this into its verb form to have a bath by adding 하다 at the end, then you guessed correctly. So the verb form of 목욕 is 목욕하다. 목욕하다. Repeat after me. 목욕하다. 목욕하다. That was great. Well done. Now the next word is the bathtub, and this is 욕조. 욕조. Now in terms of pronunciation, the second syllable 조 is pronounced as 조. So it's 욕조. 욕조. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. 욕조. 욕조. That was excellent, well done. The final word in this lesson is for towels. Now, a lot of Koreans do call towels phonetically in Korean, towel. So if you're ever unsure what to call towels in Korean, then you can refer to it as a towel. However, there is a Korean word for this which is more commonly used, and it's 수건. 수건. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 수건. 수건. Fantastic job today, well done. In today's lesson, we learn words related to showers and baths. First, the noun for shower in Korean is shower, and its verb form to shower is 샤워하다. Shower cubicle in Korean is 샤워실, and what we used in the shower, shampoo, conditioner, and body wash, are called 샴푸, 린스, and body wash. The verb to wash one's hair is 머리 감다. The noun for bath is 목욕, and the verb to have a bath is 목욕하다. Bathtub in Korean is 욕조, and finally towels in Korean is called 수건, but you can also call it phonetically in Korean towel. Okay, so that just about covers the main vocabulary related to showers and baths. In the next lesson, we'll learn words we use to address people and to talk about people. So I'll see you soon again in that lesson. Bye-bye. shower, shower. 샤워실, 샤워실.
샴푸, 샴푸. 린스, 린스. 바디워시, 바디워시.
목욕, 목욕. 욕조, 욕조.
수건, 수건. 타월, 타월.
샤워하다, 샤워하다. 머리 감다, 머리 감다.
목욕하다, 목욕하다.
욕조, 욕조. 목욕, 목욕.
목욕하다, 목욕하다.
샤워, 샤워. 샤워실, 샤워실. 샤워하다, 샤워하다. 머리 감다, 머리 감다.
샴푸, 샴푸. 린스, 린스. 바디워시, 바디워시. 수건, 수건. 타월, 타월.